Alright, this should be good. Now I just gotta make sure to adjust the volume on the game. I don't get what it is with this microphone I have with these headphones that I got several months ago where if, like say for instance, if I start a game like DC Universe Online and I want to turn this on the microphone, so anyways, if I put the microphone on or attach it, because it can be detached from my headset, so if I attach it to the headset while I'm playing this game, it won't work. Then I have to turn the game off and then come back to the game to get the earphones. Lobo Latino. Anyways, I have to turn the game off, then restart the game. Oh, thankfully not the whole system, but just the game itself. The game come back just because for some reason it doesn't want to work if I attach the microphone while I'm playing it. I don't know if it's just this game or if it's other games that I have this issue with. How have I not done the Chasm and Strikers Island yet? It's like either I'm pretty sure I have done these with Korea and the game just keeps resetting it, or if I'm just losing my mind, I haven't done it with her yet. I do like the Mastermind armor set that you get from Brainiac, but this armor set, to me, it looks better when you put it on characters who don't have flight or super speed. Instead, oh man, only 9 more days. Dang it. Even though Cursed Gotham and Bottled DC are still highlighted as the highlighted secondary events that are giving out extra bonuses. From what I've seen, apparently the next event is going to be something magic based involving John Constantine supposedly. I'm like, man, that sucks. I hate magic. Not even just the fact that it's an abomination and a sin in the Bible.
Curious why the cat's involved? For Gotham, of course.
But at the same time, to me, magic is just boring. It's not as fun compared to like power or adventures involving purely divinity or even science. If magic ends up being involved, that to me just takes the fun out of it. Oh well. But anyways, the Brainiac Mastermind armor set, I like the way it looks, especially in motion. Especially, I got some say especially so much. Well, what is it? So on Korea and other characters I have, his movement is acrobatics. They just look better with it on in motion compared to characters when they're flying or when they have super speed. I guess because they're in super speed, so you don't see the armor in motion as easily, whereas those who are flying, well, they're basically stuck in that one pose. Whereas with acrobatics, it's better that way because you see it in motion, but it's not as fast as super speed, so not as fast as super speed, so you can take up all the details. 2 Red Lantern Guy Gardeners. Well, he just looks like his regular Green Lantern self, except instead of green and black, the green and black are just replaced with red. Different shades of red, but still keeping the white. And then you got this Guy Gardner, which just looks like what Atrocitus would probably look like if he was human. And they're just standing there. Because who else would want to bother talking to Guy Gardner besides Guy Gardner? It's like one of those type of guys, like those type of guys that are described as a jerk with a heart of gold. Where it's like, yeah, he obviously has the willpower to become a Green Lantern. Even though he wants to do everything his way and be completely uncompromised. That's why I say this, like, look at this, you guys. See, is always satisfying to see. What's funny is that in this game, he tries to play it off or excuse it by saying that Batman only got him because it was a sucker punch. Although I remember I saw the comic book panels for that, and if I remember, it wasn't a sucker punch. He faced Batman head on, and Batman was just able to knock him out in one punch. Simply because between the two, Batman is better trained and more disciplined. But you always got guys like Guy Gardner who always think themselves above everyone and everything. Where his so-called willpower, you would think it's not even willpower, it's just straight up arrogance. Which most of the time it is.
This spot has the perfect sightline.
You know, I think I've mentioned this plenty of times already when talking about some of the characters that I have. At least a long time ago. But I remember a heavy influence for Korea's design.
Over here.
Was Cheetah. Only instead of getting her powers through divinity and magic like Cheetah, her power comes from science, from gene splicing. At least for my character Korea here. But then that's when I remember that's how Cheetah got her powers in the DC animated universe. Or the Bruce Timm verse. Whatever. Flashpoint Amazon Warriors. When did I get that? Anyways, Cheetah in the DC AU, she was a scientist, so it was still Barbara Ann Minerva, but Minerva decided to experiment on herself because she ran out of funding because she was doing research that involved combining human DNA with that of animals. Kind of like what Langstrom was doing. They both end up experimenting on themselves, and it leads to not so desired results. Like her permanently becoming...
R&D stations also allow you to combine materials into usable items. See the atom for plans.
Weird. Anyways, in Cheetah's case, there's becoming a human cheetah hybrid. And basically an cheetah, but without any of back. So she turns to crime to gain the funding she needs to become human again. What kind of bugs me a bit is knowing that well, I think it was I looked it up back when I was a little kid, finding out that originally Cheetah was supposed to die in that episode she appeared in, along with other members of Luthor's... It was Legion of Doom, if I remember. I think it was Willard Grodd who started the Society of Villains. Whereas with Lex Luthor for his group, it's straight up Legion of Doom. Says Brainiac returns. So that one's full at level 12. Oh, that explains it. They're both at level 12. Cool. Yeah, I still, for some reason I can't use it to power up any other items that I have. It's not letting me do that. I don't know why. And I can't get rid of it, which is dumb. So let's see, Luthor started Legion of Doom because at this point he was poisoned with kryptonite and was looking for a cure. And he brought in the Legion of Doom for whatever reason. I think it was all part of his Project Catamus. Because I think this was after, if I remember correctly, this was after his defeat at the hands of the Justice League and he was forcefully separated from Brainiac. I gotta go back and look into it so I can remember correctly when the Legion of Doom that Luthor formed, when that whole thing took place. Because after it was when Cheetah joined that group, and after Batman managed to manipulate Grodd and Ultra Humanite into getting into a fight with each other. Luthor had them join him back with the other villains and left Cheetah in charge. And that ended up spelling Cheetah's doom, or almost did, because then Batman got her talking, and oh man, I already have it. So that ended up getting Cheetah talking, and they made Cheetah much more sympathetic in DCAU even after that episode. Learning that, unlike her comic book counterpart who got her powers completely through selfish means because she never once cared for the lives of anyone around her, only cared about herself. And then after becoming Cheetah, back during the, what was it? Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember. Did Minerva make her debut? What the hell? Citizen Sparks. Anyways,
I guess the cat's out of the
Cheetah
bag.
made her debut
Meow.
in the comics. It was during the Bronze Age. I think for Minerva it was specifically post-Crisis. It was either post-Crisis or literally right before the Crisis on Infinite Earths event. Anyways, Barbara Ann Minerva in the comics is far more vile and truly an evil being who you should know to never trust at all in any way, shape, or form. But in the DCAU, she was made much more sympathetic. She became the way she was because she had little funding and needed money. So she experimented on herself to prove her research. That did not go well. Man, she really got the short end of the stick in the DCAU initially. Because, like, not only was she rewritten to be this person who sees herself, everyone's really good. Not only did she see herself as a freak because she was shunned by the rest of society for what she became, and being stuck like that involuntarily, even though she did choose to experiment on herself, so that is still her own fault for choosing to do that. I wonder though, when Batman was talking to her and she got close, almost kind of intimate with him when they shared a kiss. I think that was just purely manipulation on Batman's part. Thanks, YouTube. Dig the cybernetics. Thank you. Top 10 favorites. So where was I? Yeah, so she goes, talks with Batman. Batman actually listening to her, because for characters that are made sympathetic because they feel shunned by everybody else, like Minerva in the DCAU, sometimes all they want is someone who's just willing to hear out their issues and hear what they have to say about themselves and not judge them. And and with Batman, that was probably the first time someone was willing to do that. Just listen to what Minerva had to say and not judge her for it. Considering she talked about her origin, what had happened to her, poured out her feelings, and he completely listened without judging her, and not only judging but sympathizing, or not sympathizing but empathizing. Okay, maybe some level, like probably a level of or sympathizing, because he know what it's like. He knows what it's like to dedicate everything you have. But anyways, Batman, and just about every version of him, live action, comics, animated, he knows exactly what it's like to dedicate all you do to a single goal for the greater good, only to get rejected or shunned by others who see you as obsessive or see you as a fool putting all your time and efforts into the wrong thing. Because he had members of the Justice League and just other people in general shun him because they believe he's too obsessed, even if what he does is indeed for the greater good. So if anyone knew what could understand what Minerva was going through in the DCAU, it absolutely would have been Batman. And I remember ever since that scene of those two kissing, it started this sort of this trend of memes, even if they're not the most popular memes by the fans, of Batman seriously, like Batman being a serious furry and having a thing for felines due to his on-again, off-again relationship with Selena Kyle, aka Catwoman. Someone's saying it's basically him taking his furry fetish too far, because instead of getting with a woman whose name and theme involves that feline, instead getting with a woman who's a straight up half human, half feline. Even though that's literally all Minerva and Cheetah sharing is the feeling. Only Minerva indeed is that example of taking that and going further with that example. What was the thing I was trying to get to? Oh yeah, so apparently Cheetah was supposed to actually die in that episode. And one of the guys who worked with Tim on that show really wanted Minerva to actually survive that whole thing. He wanted her to be able to live. But Mr. Tim was very determined that she's to die no matter what. No matter begging was gonna make him reconsider otherwise. Only then, for it turns out, she shows up at the end of that same episode alive. And I think someone said that Tim asked around, and he asked the guy who wanted Cheetah to live so badly if he had put her in there anyways, and he said no. So as a result, Cheetah lives, and she shows up in later episodes, even though she got very little lines, but still appeared either way. Which made me think, good for her. And it's not like she was always just standing around doing absolutely nothing. She was contributing to the groups, doing her part. Now, if I remember, I'm pretty sure she joined Luthor's side when Luthor staged that. No. Let's see. Luthor betrayed Grodd, took over the Legion of Doom. What was the Legion of Doom? Anyways, he took over what was Grodd's group, asserting himself as the heck. But then Grodd manages to escape and tries to take back the group. So you had Grodd's group, those who sided with Grodd and those who sided with Luthor. Grodd's group ends up losing, and when Luthor explain why I shouldn't destroy you all right now, freaking of all people, Killer Frost ends up freezing everyone solid who was on Grodd's side. Those including Nightshade, Rampage, Parasite. I hate that they did that. I liked Parasite. He was one of the coolest villains that Superman fought in the Superman animated series. And Killer Frost just freezing him. And Rampage, I just think it was weird how they chose to make Rampage a villain, even though in the comics she's more like Hulk in that she's not evil. She just causes a lot of destruction around her because she's just so full of anger. But when she's able to concentrate and not get so overwhelmed with emotion, she can use her powers for good.
Today,
But
Gotham,
unfortunately, they made her straight up villain.
we stop Apocalypse here now.
Gee, how, anyways. So Rampage, who's barely a character at all in the DCAU, ended up just dead. Didn't get to do much of anything. And that was after when Killer Frost froze that group, and then he was trying to hoping to resurrect Brainiac. Only for who was that woman? Who was? Because if I remember, in both the comics and in that TV show, she was a real what they call a heifer, going from one powerful man to the next, serving whatever guys in the hopes of getting a piece of that pie. When they achieve whatever power they're looking for, even though I can't remember her name. She's some kind of sorceress woman. But I do remember how at first she was supposedly loyal to Grodd. Then she immediately switched and became loyal to Luthor. Then went back to being loyal to Grodd. When Grodd staged his rebellion, she tried to fight back against him. And then she, oh no, it was let's see, who fought Toyman and got her ass whooped by Toyman? It wasn't her. It was Killer Frost. That was so funny to me. All that raw power Killer Frost has, and she lost to a guy who calls himself Toyman, who has that fake head around him on his head that's always constantly smiling, wide-eyed. Ah, Cheetah. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. Cheetah serving as an inspiration for Korea, only Instead of Cheetah, who's from... Isn't Cheetah basically European in origin? Supposed to be British, right? Anyways, the difference being Cheetah's powers comes from her... Ah, dang it. Cheetah's powers comes from magic. Korea's powers comes from gene splicing. So in other words, science. One is science, the other is magic. So I just need the 4-player, and that will be it for the omnibus. But remember, what is it that Korea? The idea was that she was a woman who can't remember her name because she had her memory wiped. She was kidnapped. She's a woman from Africa, got kidnapped, taken to an organization that's called Shadow Company or Shadow Complex. Said organization has no name. Let's see, company that has no name kidnaps her, sent her to one of the worst divisions in their company, which the doctor who runs it calling it his pet shop. Oh, sweet. Alright, let's go.
Can't believe it. The clinic's supposed to be helping bang babies, trafficking them instead?
I'm coming for my gang, hero. Forget the rest.
Wow, I told you this affects everyone with powers. But I guess trying to teach you something is like talking to a black hole.
Man, Ebon's so cruel. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, Korea, a woman from Africa, got kidnapped, taken to a nameless company who some people refer to as Shadow Company or Shadow Complex. The other, memory wiped, gene splicing, DNA mixed with that of a lion, which, yeah, it increased her biggest boost being her strength, stamina, and durability. Because to me, that's one of my favorite superpowers. It also being one of the most common is basically just taking someone's strength and durability, and usually as a bonus their stamina as well, and boosting it to higher levels. Stuff like agility. True, just naturally when the more you upgrade it, the more enemies it's supposed to actually be able to pull.
Cyborg? This elevator's got some heavy-duty locks. You got anything for that? On it. Okay. You'll have to confirm my inputs manually.
Ah, man, I forgot to get... I should get my computer so I can read the chat while I'm playing. I'll be right back.
On it. Okay. You'll have to confirm my inputs manually. On it. Okay. You'll have to confirm my inputs manually.
Alright, I am back. Okay, it's that blue symbol, so this right here. Get out my way, man. Alright, let's try this.
On it. Okay. You'll have to confirm my inputs manually. On it. Okay. You'll have to confirm my inputs manually. Anything else, give me a call, okay?
Too bad that's the extent of Cyborg's involvement from this point onwards.
Hey, Metal Man. Spring my gang so we can put on a real show.
Of course. There you go.
Time for the show. Now you see us, now you don't.
Wow, pretty whack show, Ebon. Guess that tracks. Let me get the next door for you.
Yeah, I gotta get back to watching more of YouTuber Steedoge's videos more often. That dude's hilarious. And I like his gameplay videos. Hey, a new subscriber, Brandon144. Thank you, Brandon. Now, let's see. Go to here, go to my channel. See if I can find my video. There we are. Me and my girlfriend play Dcuo. I'm a celestial healer. She plays nature. She also has a fire tank. I don't really play most other builds that often outside of DPS. But as far as DPS builds, nature is very fun. Celestial does indeed have potential, but it's like it has more combinations per ability than any other that I can think of. So it's one of those powers that aesthetically it's very visually impressive, but that's probably the most I can say about it. I gotta think. Villains in Justice League, whichever group of villains that are meant to be counterparts to the various different versions of the Justice League, whichever team that has like Cheetah on it.
Not one step closer to the boom-tube portal to Apocalypse.
The what to the where?
Before Decide started paying good money for test subjects, this facility was full of parasites, draining society.
Who now? Wait,
Man,
slow
Major
down
Force
there,
is so full of himself.
But I kept one parasite for myself. This'll stop all you powered freaks.
Feed me!
Just a
Feel the might of the emerald.
And actually, give me a moment real quick. Adjust microphone level, and yeah, this should be good. All right. Whoa, need to turn down the volume on my live stream on my computer. Anyways, this build I have with Correa is meant to be purely DPS with more focus on melee damage, with the damage from her powers being more secondary. Cause I like those kind of characters, like Titania, Rhino, Rabbits, or others like Mammoth, where their powers come from some form of science, experimenting with stuff like different forms of chemicals and radiation to increase one's strength and durability and stamina. Because I'm thinking, yeah, thinking, like, give me great strength and durability, but absolutely give me stamina and endurance so that I can go for hours and hours on end while at peak performance, so I don't get tired too quickly. Because I'm thinking you gotta have the cardio to go with whatever physical activity you're doing, especially if you got powers like super strength. So that's what I did with Correa. Where again, because she has her DNA spliced with that of a lion, stuff like agility and reflexes and her speed are increased as well. But for the people who are experimenting on her, her strength, durability, and stamina were the main focus. But yeah, if she would have joined like some supervillain group led by someone like Gorilla Grodd or Luthor, I don't know how a interaction like that would go, because I don't think Cheetah would actually care if another human animal hybrid type, if someone like Correa would have joined, rather as a reserve member or full-time member. I don't think Barbara would care. What the heck? Other members may try to make a big deal of that, like who's the superior feline and whatnot. But outside of that, no, there really wouldn't be much of an interaction or rivalry between the two. Especially the way their powers work. Where Cheetah, all her powers comes from magic and her connection to Earth's Kataga, the plant god. Correa's power, so you have Cheetah whose powers are based in science. No, I mean magic. Correa whose powers are based in science. So she's not particularly connected to anyone or anything to maintain her powers. Although I was thinking, what if I had a character like that, but then it's like there's the abilities they get from the animal gene splicing, but then their DNA becomes unstable. So they would need something, like say for instance, actually that's something that's happened to Scorpion, to Mac Gargan, where the experiment that initially turned him into Scorpion, he's had other experiments like that ever since that were supposed to boost his power, but it made his DNA unstable. So now he needs his Scorpion armor as a life support to keep him alive. So I'm thinking that'd be interesting. It's like you have this character who's superhumanly strong and durable, or just superhuman in general, able to go toe to toe with Spider-Man even without their armor. But not only do they need the armor to boost their strength and durability even further, but they also need it to keep them alive. I don't know why these guards are ignoring me as I'm freeing these people. I still remember back when years ago it was teased about them creating a whole new power set, powers and abilities, gimmicks based off of Bane and his use of Venom, where you would use Venom to strengthen yourself, but it would also harm you, kind of like what some abilities from Rage, in other words the Red Lantern ring, does, where it can strengthen you, but it also leads to you having a crash out that will also weaken you if you're not careful how you use it. And also moves that involves grappling. Because I'm thinking, yeah, if I had Correa, right, if I had Correa here in a fighting game, she would absolutely be a grappler. She would essentially be like, let's see, the character from Kengan, not Julius. Who's the other character who's a powerhouse? Oh, Wakatsuki Takeshi. So she'd be more like him, where her style, especially her striking, is mainly brawling, brawling, brute force, rely on her brute strength, but she still has skill in martial arts. She just mostly relies on her strength for the most part. Actually, I think Jack Hama would be a better comparison of that. Basically, how Jack fought in the Maximum tournament, where he has martial skill, he has combat skills, and he has techniques. But it's just that he lacked finesse, because he wasn't really focused on finesse and speed. More so relying on his durability and his strength to tank strikes, while also relying on his great stamina and endurance to keep fighting regardless, not really dodge and block all that much. So that's how Correa would have been in a fighting game. All of that, where her whatever martial arts she knows is purely just grappling techniques, certain grappling techniques. Primarily, like, most of her grappling techniques would be wrestling with a little bit of judo. It would only be just throws and a couple of takedowns. Anything like specific holds, or let's see, stuff like leg locks. What moves am I thinking of? Stuff like leg locks, and other type of holds. She really used that much. Just mostly throwing her opponent with as much force. Let's see, throwing her opponent. Oh, and also stuff like the double leg takedown. Stuff like double leg, suplex, power bomb, the fireman carry. And from judo, stuff like the shoulder throw. And as far as locks, it mainly be headlocks. Oh, right. I forgot how much damage that does. Headlocks, like mostly stuff like like a standing rear naked choke. And that's really about it. So that's how Korea's fighting style would be if kept lore accurate. Ah, dang, I hate when they move at the last second when I call for a satellite strike. Brute force, major force. Oh, I wanted to do that. Oh well. Good thing he doesn't really move around the arena that much. But yeah, after everything I just said, that's what makes brawling the perfect weapon set for Correa. Too bad there's not a moveset available in this game that actually gives you slashing attacks for I say, for instance, you want to make your character a feral type. Yeah, there's the feral stance, the primal stance. You have that. But in terms of moveset, there's no move in this game that I know of that allows you to slash at the opponent. Only Cheetah as a Legends character has that. But it's like, what if you don't want to play as Cheetah? You just want to keep playing as your own character with Cheetah as an inspiration. So that's a whole weapon set they can make. I don't want them to make a whole group of them. Just one that revolves around slashing attacks. Okay, maybe two. One that revolves around slashing attacks, and maybe one that revolves around grappling.
At least he has the decency to know when he's been beaten. Damn.
Raised in Earth knowing that my investment is paying off after all. The data I would get from experimenting on you would be exquisite. My current test subjects tolerate so little pain.
Okay, so how are you supposed to say this name? Purgos? Purgos? Purgos?
Just so you can hurt them for
Purgos and Voices Within. That is quite a mouthful of a name. Of course, I should be one to talk, going by names like Brother Man or Chaos Man at one point.
How about I let you feel my foot to your face?
Oh, excuse me.
Aw, man. If you had
Ah,
bigger
Pepsi, the poor man's Coca-Cola.
He's coming too.
That's the one thing I hate about going to the food court near where I live. Excuse me. Performs a legendary spin technique, like Linda Carter, how she would transform into Wonder Woman. So weird how she had to do all that. Mmm. Good rotisserie chicken. Can never go wrong with baked and oven roasted chicken, as opposed to always going with fried. I don't know if it's because I ate so much fried chicken in the past or what it is, but I'm definitely starting to lose my taste for fried chicken. Because at least I can eat rotisserie chicken without feeling sick. But I think that's because of all that grease that fried chicken is cooked in. Definitely not good for your health. Hey, where's my water bottle? Oh. Man, by the looks of it, it might start raining tomorrow in the day. Good thing I got all the stuff I wanted from the store before coming home. Excuse me. Sorry about that, folks. Just so much good food. That's gonna keep me full all night. Probably keep me up all night too. One thing I need to do is stop laying down after eating so much food at night. Or even during the daytime. Because it keeps leading to me having weird dreams. Milquetoast? Green Goblin. Willem Dafoe. That dude's awesome as the Green Goblin. Now, what was the one non-omnibus? Conduct, Chasm, Strikers Island. Man, whenever I would either go to Omnibus for raids or even go to the custom play and set up Conduct, I never get that. Almost everything else, like Chasm, Power, Core, Sunstone Matrix, heck, even Prime Battleground, I get those more often. And I've done those missions as raids so many times that, man, at this point, I just don't want to keep doing them. I really don't. And for the raids that involves, let's see, so you got two sets of raids. One that involves getting Brainiac out of the Fortress of Solitude, the other one getting him out of the Batcave. For the Fortress of Solitude, that one's fun. Because at first it starts with having to deal with Brainiac and his forces as you make your way to, and then eventually getting inside the Fortress of Solitude. Then the second part, basically part two, being going through the upper floors, the upper deck, I should say, of Fortress of Solitude. But by the end of that one, then, like an idiot, Luthor unleashes General Zod and his group, which leads to them teaming up for a while. But then General Zod says he's gonna go to the core of the Fortress of Solitude to use the Sunstone Matrices to take over the Earth. Which is funny because Luthor was the one who freed him in the first place, with Superman telling him, no, you don't know what's gonna happen. And Luthor's like, it's too late. I've already started the process. And then when Zod makes his not so obvious betrayal, not that it was really betrayal, he was always working towards his own self-interest, Luthor has the nerve to act surprised, being all like, this is how you thank the man who freed you? Like, yes, because Zod does not care for Earth and its humans. He only just wants the planet to bring back Krypton. As if Superman hasn't made that clear enough to people like Luthor plenty of times. And then there's the missions of fighting against Brainiac throughout the Batcave. The first mission or two, so part one's definitely fun, where you start in the outer caverns of the Batcave and make your way in. But it's like the last part where you're in the deepest parts of what I guess is supposed to still be the Batcave, but it's not as fun anymore because it doesn't look like the Batcave. It just looks like Brainiac's lair. Which I'm thinking, okay, either we are past the Batcave to the point where we're in an area where Brainiac has completely taken over and just used the schematics of the Batcave to build his own underground base similar to it, or it's somehow still the Batcave, just completely corrupted and turned into some kind of image that that Brainiac would be proud of. Man, this chick is practically just falling off the bone. I don't even have to really tear it apart or nothing. Which to me is like, it's a good thing, showing that it tastes good, it's of good quality, but it's just enough that you don't have to like try to rip it apart with your bare hands like some kind of savage. Oh man, I'm almost all out of Pepsi. I give me another soda tomorrow, but I think tomorrow I'm gonna actually get me Coca-Cola. But tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can get me a Coca-Cola cherry, at least from Dollar Tree, because they're the only ones that have 1 liter bottles of Coca-Cola. Yeah, 1.25 liter Coca-Cola cherry bottles. Cause Fuco only has regular Coca-Cola. They don't have cherry, at least not in the 1 liter bottles.
You will let me know when you're done recovering those men under puppets.
The Sinestro Corps thrives when we can anticipate the actions of our enemies. To aid in that, we need communication codes that will allow us to listen in on our enemies. Obtain communication codes from Green Lantern communication officers throughout Metropolis. The Green Lantern Corps change their communication codes frequently enough that taking their codes will be a never-ending endeavor.
Okay, let me see what time it is. 12:11 a.m. Okay, so 11 minutes after midnight. Oh man, where are my viewers go? Why my viewers gotta leave me? I'm all alone, so alone. Why must everybody leave me alone? Oh no. Oh well. Enough being creepy. I'm gonna switch to a different character. Let's see, it's after midnight, so it's supposed to be officially. Yes, Sunday. Which I know for a lot of people, especially Christians, Sunday is supposed to be the Sabbath for them. Excuse me. But for me, well, I am Hebrew. So for me, the Sabbath is Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Queen girl. Oh, I know, I already got that. And that, so let me add those. Oh man, I think the next time I get me a whole bunch of stuff to drink besides water over the weekend, instead of soda, it's gonna be juice, healthy juice, like pomegranate and cranberry juice. Man, I've not had. I can't remember last time I had pomegranate. I've had, well, primarily just. Let's see. Where's the Brainiac again? I know, I already did that.
So, weird turn. The goddess of magic started attacking magicians, but the Justice League Dark is on the case. Constantine's parked the JLD's House of Mystery in Gotham and says Batman's backyard comes with Batman-level protection. Feels bad enough roping Batman in, but he wants me to rope you in, too. Please don't make me wrangle Constantine alone.
It's cool how they're finding ways of like explaining why our character, who is essentially this rando, this sort of newcomer into the whole thing, well, more of a veteran at this point. Still, it'll make me wonder, why would someone like Constantine specifically request us? Especially if our character has no involvement in magic whatsoever. Then that'd be all more reason for him not to. Really? Mrs. Doubtfire of all... Damn, dude. Damn. Green Goblin. I have yet to see any work of fiction in which I haven't seen no novel or literature in which goblins are not described as having green skin. Nor have I seen any works of like animations or comics also depicting goblins in different colors other than green. And most works tend to have stuff like ogres with green skin as well. Which I know they're not the same thing. Ogres and orcs, goblins. But the point is that they also have been described usually as being green skinned. Most of them when they're shown or described. Some like very pale shades of green, and some where it's just so obvious that their skin is green. What is GA supposed to stand for?
I told Zatanna you'd make it. We're best mates after all, you and I. Now, the goddess of magic is throwing a war against the old
I am
house
here
of
to
mystery.
help. I hope you
Maybe against the JLD or both on it. Do us a favor.
Let's bring the pain to these ass-kissing Olympian losers.
Oh man, Wonder Girl is so vicious. I do not like this costume that they gave her. The classic costumes Cassie Sandsmark has always had is let's go. I get it. It's part of the whole trend of teenage heroes.
Well, her betrayal affects me too.
So they do this whole thing of teenage heroes wearing modern clothing along with their costumes. It's kind of like Connor Kent, aka Superboy, and him wearing those shades and that leather jacket. Even though I will admit, I liked it better when Connor, when he ditched that look and went for the simple black t-shirt. See, the black t-shirt, jeans, and combat boots. Yeah, far more simplistic, but it was a good indication of him maturing and growing up. And then someone over at DC decided to completely change that and instead decided to make Connor, they decided to bring back that look of the shades, the costume, the elaborate costume with the leather jacket for Connor.
This magical chaos knows no end but the one we make for it.
Let's see, they decided to bring that back while also for some reason deciding to add him having his hair dyed a certain color. And if I remember, I think they tried to do other weird stuff, like suddenly making him bisexual for whatever reason, and even at one point trying to make him be in a relationship with Miss Martian. But many fans made their distaste for both the dyed hair, the changing of his sexuality to bisexual, and him just suddenly out of nowhere automatically being in a relationship with Miss Martian for whatever reason. Fans made their distaste for that very much well known. And so DC, I don't know if they dropped the whole sexuality LGBT thing with him, but they definitely dropped his relationship with Miss Martian. Because I get it, they were inspired by Young Justice, because Young Justice was very popular, but a lot of people just did not want that, and I don't blame them. Because I'm thinking, you don't have to make major, it should not be like characters making major changes to their appearances, their personality, their origins based on an adaptation like a cartoon or a live action film. Most people want it to be completely the other way around. Where the inspiration, the thing that serves as inspiration, or the original, in this case the comics, having an influence on the adaptation, not the other way around. Now, some experimenting here and there can never really hurt. Kind of like when they did DC Rebirth and they changed Wonder Woman's costume to look more like what she had in live action from Gal Gadot, whatever. And I have not seen anyone complain about that, and I don't really have problems with it. Not to mention somewhat darkening her skin tone to fit in with the fact that she is supposed to be Greek. So to me, it makes sense. Let's see, it makes sense and it looks cool. So that's one of the few examples I could think of a character's origin changing to be more in line with a character's origin and costume changing to be more in line with what they got going on I'll confuse myself. The adaptation influencing the work that would influence said adaptation. I hope you guys are able to keep up with what I'm saying. I remember one they did that I thought was dumb, that was completely unnecessary, was in the comics with Marvel and Kamala Khan. Because originally Kamala in the comics, she got her powers purely from being exposed to the Terrigen Mist. The same Terrigen Mist that gave the Inhumans their powers, so she's supposed to be an Inhuman herself, not a mutant. But then the MCU decided to make her half Inhuman, half mutant, without ever explaining what that mutant side of her is supposed to be, or what power she gets specifically from being a mutant. Because all her powers related to her elasticity comes from the Terrigen Mist exposure, activating her Inhuman genes. Nothing to do with no mutant genes or nothing like that. Then after that, for some reason they decided to change that over in Marvel Comics. And again, like the MCU, never establishing what exactly it is that what is it about it that makes her half human. They just say, oh, she also has half mutant DNA. It's like, okay, what's her mutant ability? Oh, we don't know. That'd be like if whoever's writing Dragon Ball right now, Toyotaro, if for whatever reason he decided to go back and change Goku's his appearance, his design, and even his characteristics to fit in with his adaptation from Dragon Ball Evolution. You know full well people would be pissed off about that, or even something that's not as hated but will still piss people off, like Dragon Ball Evolution. Because Dragon Ball Evolution is a parody. It's supposed to be funny, taking characters, how they behave, how they act, and completely changing them almost entirely. So an original work inspiring a parody, that's one thing, but trying to do so the other way around, no, you're gonna piss off so many people that's not even funny. I remember one of my somewhat more recent characters that I made back in 2020, earlier in 2024, like a few months before December, a character I made, Mr. Marvelous. Definitely the name and him being red was mainly inspiration from Marvel Comics with their various Marvel characters. Although it wasn't at first, I made him to be an Asian hero, but I decided to make him just a black guy. It wasn't until later that I realized the similarities that I inadvertently made when I looked back and I was reading about Blue Marvel. And I was thinking, I didn't realize just how similar I made in Blue Marvel. A black man who's a Superman type, whose superhero name has the word Marvel in it, with both of them having a signature color. Blue for Blue Marvel, obviously, and red for Mr. Marvelous. I think what I would do is, if I had Mr. Marvelous in the Marvel Universe, I would say, I would have him there and say how Blue Marvel was the biggest inspiration on him. Like, he would say, he wouldn't call Blue Marvel his idol, just someone who inspired him to come up with the name and come up with a signature color for himself. Only he would call himself Mr. Marvelous and go with red instead of trying to be something like Blue Marvel Jr. or something else. Not to mention, if I had Mr. Marvelous in the Marvel Universe, I would have him where he's more of that what you would call a sort of like spin-off Marvel, where he has a similar name to the other Marvels. Just the difference is that it's Marvel-less. So again, more of a spin-off, like what you would call a spin-off title. Not that he would hate the other Marvels, just not really interact with them that much, because he mostly wants to do his own thing. Because he would be a adult in his 20s, or at least physically in his 20s. I think maybe he has how, because of the nature of his powers, either he ages extremely slowly or has stopped aging altogether. Constantine, you weird. But anyways, Mr. Marvelous would say how he would not feel comfortable. Whoa, I was experiencing some weird lag on my end for a moment.
The curse is gone. Thank you.
You're welcome, citizens. So Mr. Marvelous, he would more so just want to do his own thing, but not really try to interact with the other Marvels. Because, okay, basically he would end up being a self-insert. Ooh, that was a creepy sound. Basically a self-insert of me. Where, like me, he would see Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, as this pretentious snob who he would not want to waste his time with, an absolute authoritarian who thinks you can get everything her way, and he'd just be like, nope, don't want nothing to do with that. And ain't Kamala Khan in the comics still supposed to be a teenager, like 17 or 18? Yeah, he wouldn't really feel too comfortable hanging out with a teenager.
Goddess of magic. Have it out for magicians.
This place is swarming with monsters. Come on, Alvesia. Let the girl.
Wait. My fault. I promised a show if we cleared out the theater fast enough.
Reminds me of a younger me. No thought, just go, go, go.
Younger. That's exactly how you are right now.
Might have stitched myself up with that one.
Well, good to know Constantine and Zatanna get along so well. You know what irritates me is how they keep trying to make Swamp Thing more involved in magic. Even though the thing is, Swamp Thing is not magic, nor is his powers magical in nature. It's basically this type of power. His connection to the green is like this type of power set or connection where it's not magic, but it's not so easily defined by science. Not mystical, but not something that even science can describe, being almost like a form of super science with a possibility of divinity involved. That's more of what Swamp Thing's power is. But whether we're talking comics or an animation, Swamp Thing makes his absolute distaste for and his distaste, disgust for Constantine very clear. He cannot stand John Constantine. At most, tolerating him to the best of his abilities. I want to say almost like Green Arrow. Let's see. Green Arrow and the in Injustice 2. where almost every intro conversation between the two has Green Arrow saying something and Swamp Thing just being irritated. One of my favorites being where Swamp Thing starts with, the green has, what was it? I forgot what were they called? The Council of the Green? Something like that. Anyways, Swamp Thing's all like, the council has spoken. Green Arrow. And who exactly elected this council? And back to Swamp Thing. Reasoning with you is pointless. Oh, Parliament. That's what they are. The Parliament of the Trees. Anyways, I like that interaction. Parliament has spoken. And who exactly elected this parliament? Reasoning with you is pointless. Yo, Green Arrow was hilarious in Injustice 2. I remember one of my favorite interactions with Green Arrow was with Gorilla Grodd, where he approaches him and goes, "Hey, I got a banana. You guys, wait, how'd it go? Oh yeah, he's like, hey, I got a banana for you, but you guys do eat bananas, right? Or is that a racial stereotype?" And he has this cheeky smile on his face afterwards for a brief second. And all Grodd has to say in response is, "You ignorant cretin." That's one of the best interactions in that whole game. Man, usually the beam attacks or the interruptible moves are supposed to be your most powerful. I think I forgot to fully close my door. One moment. There we go. Ah, man, my phone's not charging like it's supposed to. You know, at first I wanted to stream Street Fighter 6, but I think I might do that tomorrow. I think I might stream Street Fighter 6 tomorrow. What was my... Here it is. I think I'm going to stream Street Fighter 6 tomorrow during the daytime. Alright, Miss Demigod, Daughter of Zeus. Let's go. Yeah, I remember back during pre-New 52 when Cassie Sandsmark, when she was... Wait, did Wonder Woman ever call herself Wonder Girl before Donna Troy? Because I only know Cassie Sandsmark as the second to call herself Wonder Girl. Anyways, back when Donna was the only Wonder who was actually the demigod daughter of Zeus. But then New 52, they decided instead of all of her powers coming from being, in addition to the best trained and the most powerful and strongest of the Amazons, but also making Wonder Woman the demigod daughter of Zeus as well, for whatever reason. I remember they did that. And what else did they change about Wonder Woman? Well, anyways, apparently at some point New 52, so Wonder Woman and Cassie are both still the demigod daughters of Zeus, making them sisters, with Donna Troy being the one who's a construct given life. Because basically that was Wonder Woman's origin. She was a lump of clay that was molded into a humanoid female shape by Hippolyta and given life. Man, I finished my soda and I finished my chicken. All I got left is my noodles. What's it, 12:39? Wait, let me check the time. Yeah, 12:39. I'll wait till after I, maybe like what, around 1:30, finish just my noodles, so I don't overstuff myself like a fool. I need to get a satellite strike for Snow Owl. Alright. This should work. See, where are we in January? I want to get back into trying to stream and record videos on a regular basis, especially getting back to making videos of my online matches, because that's what I started with for the most part when I started doing YouTube, was recording videos of me playing versus games online. Like my very first video of me playing as Alex fighting against an Akali player in Street Fighter 5. Okay, that's one of her sidekicks. I was at full health. I was about to say, how the heck did No, no! Oh, I tried to heal. I didn't press fast enough. Man, you really gotta have fast reactions at times. It's too bad whatever AI partner you get doesn't interact fast enough or cannot interact to heal you. Unlike Xenoverse 2, where if your character gets knocked out, as long as you have an ally resurrect or an ally still alive, they will come to heal you. Or at least try their best. It's just that part of that problem is they'll stop literally anything and everything they're doing and attempt to try to heal, resurrect you, even as they're getting attacked by the AI constantly. Hey, at least that green barrel is returning, because usually in boss fights like these, if I end up dying, those recovery barrels do not return. Like, it just stays gone for the whole mission. I just had that happen too many times. You know, ice or not chronokinesis, that's time manipulation. But what was it? Cryo? It's either cryo or Cairo. I think that's the word, chirokinesis, chiromancer. Anyways, chiromancy or chirokinesis is one of my favorite powers. Cause like visually it just looks cool. But in terms of characters who have that power, who are very popular with it, you either got people like Frozone who has that power, where the only limitation is he has to stay hydrated and he can't be in an environment that's too hot. In other words, like if there's little to no moisture in the air, that's gonna affect his output, in addition to whether he's hydrated or not. And then you have Iceman, who's a Omega level mutant, who's extremely powerful in his own right, and I can't remember what it was about him that makes him Omega level. But he could do things with his powers that make him such a threat that mutants and beings with powers related to fire, like Pyro and Human Torch, aren't really as much of a threat to him as they think, or as many fans think. Man, that's part of why Ice is one of my favorite powers in this game, is the cool abilities you get. Because basically you have three variations of an basically three different variations of an ice beam.
I'm thinking stage manager.
Oh, thank the gods. You're okay.
Not often you're a sight for sore eyes, but it's good to see you, Constantine.
Let's see, so you got this Frost Snipe, pierce an enemy with a sharp blast of freezing energy causing damage. Then you have Glacier Flash, which is a beam of ice or cold energy. And then you have Freeze Ray, which is basically a more powerful version of... what the heck's it called? Anyways, Freeze Ray is a more powerful version of Glacier Flash, which in a way could be seen as a more powerful version of Frost Snipe.
Not that he needs it, but of course.
Wow, sounds crazy. Good luck.
And even though Freeze Ray may not be quite as powerful, it's still a superpower, so it's still more powerful than most of your other most of your abilities by default anyway. And it lasts quite a while too. Continuous damage on an enemy from a super attack. And a cool name too, just simply just Freeze Ray.
Magic says, dead man and
It's just the this regular cold beam unfortunately doesn't freeze the opponent or anything or do that much damage. And yeah, it does recover quickly, like that ice ball you can fire at people. But it's like the ice ball recovers as you're throwing it at your opponent. The freeze beam, the recovery on that doesn't start till after you fully recovered from the move, where you fire it, hits the enemy, and then it recovers. So you can't fire it as quickly, and it's only good for hitting a single enemy. So I think the only difference is between the ice ball and the ice beam. And I think the ice beam here just does a bit more damage. And I think the move is supposed to be, the animation is supposed to be faster. I could be wrong on that. I'm trying to think. Let's see, there's Frozone from The Incredibles, Iceman from X-Men. Who else is popular? Chiromancer. Here, there's also Elsa from Frozen. But I don't really care about her. And honestly, I can't really say I care about Iceman all that much in comics, at least not anymore. And I think part of it is what Marvel decided to do with him when they decided to make Iceman, after all these years, suddenly make Iceman a gay character. When they did the time-displaced X-Men, the younger X-Men. And it's like people already know that was only in an attempt to have a LGBT character among the X-Men. It's like, come on, Iceman has been flirting with women, hitting on women, being something or trying to be something of a womanizer for years. Now all of a sudden they decided to retcon all of that to say, oh, the reason why he's been hitting on women in comic books for years, ever since, when did he make his debut? He was with the original X-Men back in, I think, what was it, the 60s, 50s? Iceman's been around for a very long time. So Marvel tried to retcon his whole entire history, his personality even, by saying that the reason why he hit on women ever since his debut in comics for so many years, almost everything about his personality was now suddenly to hide the fact that he's a gay man. And I remember it wasn't just me, but so many longtime fans of X-Men comics, of Iceman, and comic books in general were pissed off about that. Showing yet another example of forced LGBT themes or woke propaganda. Cause I'm thinking like, what was it? Oh yeah, it'd be one thing if he was simply a character who was like that from the beginning. Kind of like Renee Montoya from the from DC Comics, mainly any members of the interacting with members of the Bat family. Where I don't think it was established in the cartoon where she made her debut, but I think it was when she made the jump to comic books. Because nothing about her love life or romance was ever established in the DCAU. I think it was the comic books afterwards where she was made as a lesbian. And that didn't really bother it bother a lot of people because, again, when actually delving into her life outside of being a police officer, which they really didn't do in the DCAU, like from the Batman the animated series and onwards. Oh man, I forgot to get me a new phone. This phone does not want to charge like it's supposed to. Anyways, so Renee Montoya, it was only really in the comic books that they started exploring her life outside of her life, especially her romance life or love life outside of her life as a police officer, where it was established that she was a lesbian. So that's why any adaptations outside of that, where she's revealed to be a lesbian, doesn't surprise me. It definitely doesn't bother me either. And for me, I'm thinking like you don't have to take a character who's always been straight, always hitting on women, who's always been a womanizer like Iceman, make him gay, because if I remember, I think there's even people who themselves who are actually LGBT, who actually are gay or trans, and they admitted themselves that they don't like characters who were always established as being biologically whatever gender, that they suddenly made trans just to fit a quota. And that's for anyone part of the LGBT community who's legitimate into comics, not just people just crying and complaining where they want representation just for the sake of representation. They don't mind, they just want good comics. So it's like, even amongst the LGBT, there's those of them who are actually rational and admit that they don't care if they aren't getting representation or anything. They just want good content to read or watch. And how even they would find it insulting if someone decided to make a character who was established as straight suddenly make them gay, or a character who was always biologically male or female suddenly make them trans, or make them the opposite gender just to fit a quota. Because then it becomes what they call a stigma, and that's all said developers or whatever are just trying to do, just trying to fit a quota, not actually trying to do anything interesting. Because some people do have that wrong idea. I'm not saying I have any love for the LGBT community myself. I just don't see, like, I don't hate them, but I don't exactly go out of my way to I don't go out of my way to support them either. But there are those of them who will say that all they want is just to get something that's good to read or watch. They don't want everything to be about gays and trans, or characters' whole personalities being about them being gay or trans, or being female empowerment. That's like, for me, if I were to read a comic book or watch a movie, something, and the main character is black, and they try to make everything about that character's whole personality revolve around, like, oh yeah, I'm a black man, everything I do throughout this movie is gonna revolve around me being black. Which is like, I get it, like, I'm black myself, and I've had my own struggles of people like targeting me or just causing me trouble simply because I am myself a black man. But so you don't have to make every movie like that. Like, just like, for instance, not every movie that someone like Michael Jai White has been in has been about him being a black man going through the typical issues of a black man. Not every movie Jim Kelly was in back when he was still appearing in films, doing film acting before he retired and before he passed away. Not everything was about typical stuff of, you know, black man growing up in the ghetto, surrounded by drugs and gangs and whatnot. Oh, excuse me. You know, actually, there's a few relatives I have in my family. Like one of my cousins who's into stuff like comic books, like Marvel and DC. Who himself is also rational about it, where he doesn't want everything involving black heroes or black villains to revolve around their skin color. Because if you do something like that, where you either change a character, you change their race, you change their gender or sexuality, or even if it's an original character who is this gender, sexuality, or whatever, and you make that literally the only thing about their character, then it's like, okay, what else do you have about them beyond them being trans? What else do you have about them beyond being a non-white person? Or what else do you have about them beyond being a female character? Because then that just gets boring. And for me, that's part of why I'm so sick of all these movies trying to have these forced representations when it comes to race, gender, and sexuality. Whether it involves LGBT themes or not, it just becomes boring. It's like, okay, what about the plot at hand? If it's some superhero supposed to be going around fighting these villains, then stop trying to make everything they do be about their gender or race or sexuality or ethnicity. Make it about them looking for whatever it is they need to beat the bad guys. Because all this other stuff about them physically or psychologically, unless somehow it helps with them with beating their opponents, you're gonna lose your audience real fast that way. And there's plenty of people who, even though they, like me, don't support LGBTQ, keep saying just make an original character. Stop changing these characters so drastically, just so you can fulfill a quota. Like, you didn't have to change. Marvel did not have to change Iceman to suddenly be a gay character. Could have kept it straight. Just make a new character, make them a mutant, and have them join the X-Men, and have them be some openly gay character if you wanted to do that. And I think that's why they wanted to make John Kent, make him bisexual, so that way for some reason someone at DC decides they don't want John to be in a gay relationship because he's currently dating a boy right now. If they decide they don't want John Kent to be in a relationship with a boy anymore, instead have him in a straight relationship, just have him go and be with a woman while saying, oh, he's bisexual, so that's why he's going from a gay relationship or from a homosexual relationship to a heterosexual one. As opposed to trying to do this whole character arc of him saying, you know, I thought I was gay, but now I realize I'm not. I'm not, and so I need to apologize and let others know. Yeah, it turns out I'm not gay at all. I'm sorry, I led you on. He doesn't need to do all that. Just say, oh, he's bisexual, so he breaks up with him. Then he finds a woman he finds attractive, starts dating her. And honestly, I think the reason why they did that with John was not only just to fulfill a quota with the with the Pride community by having someone who's going by the title Superman, since John is using that title in place of his father at times, even though Clark Kent is still referring to himself as Superman. He hasn't exactly retired. I don't know what was going on with that. Anyways, I think it's just because since John is physically a young adult, since there was that, what was it, some weird interdimensional, not a time loop, somewhere where he went entered an alternate dimension, and because times were different between that dimension and Earth, when he returns, he comes back as a young adult. Now, where was I? So, in addition to wanting to DC wanting to fulfill a quota of making a Superman character, a Kryptonian, gay, or in this case specifically bisexual, to fulfill a quota for the Pride community, they also wanted to have at least someone who's going by the Superman title, not Clark himself, because like, yeah, you better not make such a drastic change for Clark, especially when he's always, since the very beginning, been a heterosexual character. Ever since his debut in 1938, he's been straight, heterosexual. So yeah, they definitely should know not to make those drastic changes to him like that. But since John himself is a young adult and is using the name of Superman himself, they figured he would be the safe bet. And I guess the reason why, as ridiculous as that still is, of making maybe not Superman himself, but his son who uses the name, making him son to be in other words, gay Superman. I think one thing they did, so yeah, I'm gonna stop talking about all of that because I think I'm pretty sure I made my point clear. It's like DC's just been all over the place with John Kent specifically. Because I remember back when they had him as a little kid, around the same age as Damian Wayne, and they had them as basically as the junior dynamic duo. First, there's the original dynamic duo of Batman and Superman. Then you had the junior dynamic duo of John Kent and Damian Wayne, Superboy and Robin.
And me? You were helpful. This time. Whoa, get in.
And good news, we finally have a plan to stop Hecate. Fingers crossed the Amazons can pull it off.
I do not like the costume they gave Cassie. I don't know if it's like that's what she had in the comics and they changed it that way in this game. Either way, I don't like it. Her pre-New 52 costume is much better. Hey, even the costume that Cassie had in Young Justice was pretty cool. Same thing with Connor. The only real change they made with Connor's costume going from comics to the cartoon Young Justice was occasionally, in addition to the combat boots, the pants, and the shirt, he occasionally had combat gloves to go with his outfit, which I wouldn't mind if they made that a permanent part of his costume or part of his outfit in the comics. Was the gloves. But either way, with or without, they're pretty cool. It's just I don't remember Connor being as aggressive, like not as quick to aggression in the comics compared to how he was in Young Justice. But I think it makes sense because when Connor made his debut during the Reign of the Superman event in the comics, after that he had plenty of years and experience and growing up to do before he made the jump from his original costume of his superhero costume with the jacket and glasses to his more simplistic outfit. Hence why compare between the comics and Young Justice, well, he was definitely not. He was a lot more arrogant about his powers and more overconfident and more aggressive. And part of that aggression due to frustration that he feels. Like for instance, because of the powers he has, which was primarily due to his Kryptonian heritage, so he primarily just had strength, durability, stamina, speed, and reflexes to go off of. It was only with those weird special patches he would give himself that would give him full access to all of his powers, including flight and heat vision. The only problem is they make him even more aggressive and emotionally unstable than he already was. I remember towards later seasons, he started to mellow out. Like, he started to be more calm and be less emotionally reserved around people, especially as his relationship with McGann grew to the point where now he was the more emotionally mature one and had to rein her in, as opposed to her always having to do the opposite. Although I do remember there was that episode where they went undercover at a high school, pretending to be high school students, and McGann, going by her human disguise of Megan Morse, she joined a cheerleading team, and they ended up dunking a bucket of water on her as part of their initiation ritual, or what they call hazing the new guy. Where was I? Oh yeah, so part of their so-called the cheerleaders prank, their little hazing ritual that they did to Megan when she joined the cheerleading squad when they went undercover at that school. Can't remember what the episode of Contact was. It was a long time ago. Anyways, Connor was there sitting in the bleachers watching, and when he saw them dump that water on her, man, he got so angry. He was ready to murder every single last one of those cheerleaders. McGann could detect it with her reading or detecting his emotions. And I forget what the name of that power is. Being an empath, I think, something like that. Anyway, she detected the extreme rage he was feeling, and she had to turn around and psychically communicate with him, telling him, Connor, no. And when he heard her say that in his mind, he calmed down. And so he had to try to stop himself from going down there and murdering those women and end up tumbling down the bleachers. So it was hilarious, him tumbling down like that, which obviously wouldn't hurt him because, you know, Kryptonian DNA and whatnot. They were plenty out in the sun. But I'm trying to remember what was I about to say after that. Oh yeah, it just showed how deep the connection they had for each other. He didn't like someone doing something so mean to other people like that, especially to his girlfriend at that time. But she obviously didn't want him to get in trouble, be potentially locked up or something, or giving away their position by him overreacting and murdering someone. Or it's like, just let them endure the embarrassment for now. But if they're smart, not to do something stupid like that again. Spirit Wolf. Because again, just that look on his face, Connor was just absolutely ready to catch all kinds of. Oh yeah, I remember this now. I hate this. Not even a weapon, just a bunch of weird looking magic bracelets around the hands. Looks like the sky cleared up a little bit, because it was definitely a little cloudy and there was a few raindrops here and there. I thought it was gonna start pouring, or that maybe the clouds would stay behind. It was gonna rain later, like when tomorrow daylight comes. If I remember, in addition to McGann, or not McGann, who was I thinking of? Well, anyways, McGann herself. It's like DC has no idea. Well, not only are Martians underrated in general, but it's like DC really has no idea what the hell to do with so many of their characters outside of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. So many who are absolute fan favorites. Well loved and very well liked characters. It's like they have no idea what the hell to do with McGann. Because admittedly, McGann was, let's see, I can't remember who it was. Someone who was writing comics for Teen Titans at the time, and they wanted. Speaking of Martians, they wanted Supergirl on the team, but someone at DC Comics told him, no, you can't use Supergirl because she's already part of another comic book run, and she can't be running around two places at once. So to compromise, said writer instead made McGann. Oh man, that's sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? That tired feeling that always comes from eating so much food. I'm starting to experience that right now. I'm trying to remember, was it not insomnia? Isn't insomnia what happens when you don't get enough rest? I think, what is it, itis? Is that what it is? I think itis is the term I'm looking for, where you feel drowsy and tired from not eating enough, or from eating too much food. Hey, MK Sindel. Yeah, I could kind of see it. MK Mortal Kombat Sindel. Yeah, it's really only just because of the long hair.
The resistance is made up of regular people like me. Together we can tackle.
We respectfully request assistance.
As like I was saying earlier, the Mastermind armor looks cool. It looks cooler in motion if your character has acrobatics as movement, since they're sticking to the ground, and when, because flight, your character is just stuck in that one pose as they're flying, which makes sense. They don't really need to move a lot as they're flying. Super speed, they're moving too fast to appreciate the details of your character in motion. Yeah, I forgot I had this. Now, what was I saying earlier? Oh yeah, McGann. McGann was introduced as a compromise, since someone who wanted to write a comic book run of Teen Titans couldn't use Supergirl at the time. $115, $117. I actually had stopped playing this low. I had a whole squad. Now how are you supposed to say that name? SBG Smoke God? Man, we YouTubers just love to give ourselves some of the most interesting names. No hate to you, Smoke God. It's just that, what is the SBG supposed to stand for, if you don't mind me asking? I remember with Nor. Oh no. I'll talk about Nor later. Anyway, so back to McGann. DC never really did anything all that interesting with her that often. She's had a few of her own character arcs to go through before, at least part of the New 52, but New 52 onwards, they haven't done anything significant with her. At least with both New 52 and pre-New 52, they had events where she gets into incidents or whatever confrontations, and we see exactly what her white Martian form looks like. Both versions, the New 52 and pre-New 52, her white Martian form looking so different. I'll get into that later. Hey, at least they didn't try to do something, the writer did try to do something where he's like, oh, but I really want Supergirl on the team, so he has Supergirl join the Teen Titans. And then to explain, okay, so how is there Supergirl two places at once? Because Kryptonians like Superman are fast, but they can't be that fast. Not even Flash is able to be in multiple places at once. And then said the writer would be like, oh, it turns out this Supergirl is a clone all along. No, it's my nickname, long story. Let me guess, you like to smoke a lot, huh? Cigarettes, marijuana, hopefully not crack or meth. You better not be out there smoking no meth or nothing, Smoke God, or I'll personally find you myself and knock some sense into you if I have to. But anyways, but yeah, I had a few heroes on my page as well. Let's see, play timeline. Yeah, I've been playing this game since 2017, and I never stopped. And going from 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 7 years. Because I've been playing this game since I think I was in college, so it was definitely after I left Job Corps. At the very beginning, let's see, I left Job Corps, I completed the program somewhere around January or February 2014, or was it at the end of 2014? Anyway, so sometime in 2014 when I left Job Corps, and it wasn't until much later, because when I first downloaded DC Online, I tried to pick a power. I can't remember which power it was. I think it was Atomic. It was either Atomic or Earth, and it said I couldn't, saying that I had to pay for it. I was like, so wait a minute, I have to pay first? So then why would they let me go into character creation mode, create my character, and then tell me later that I have to pay for my characters? It's supposed to be free to play. I didn't know that Earth and Atomic, whichever, it was one of those two. I didn't know that there were sets of powers that I had to pay for individually or get the full membership. I didn't understand how that worked. That there was powers I could have used that were already there for free. Like fire, ice, magic, and gadgets. I forget what the other powers that are there for free for anyone playing the game but without buying a full membership. So basically I ended up fooling myself with that and ended up not playing the game. And it wasn't until a long time later, back in 2017, when I finally got the game again and decided, I was like, okay, let me give it another try. And that's when I realized, oh wait, there's powers where I would have to pay for those, but there's powers that I could start with. Let's see. And yeah, just weed and cigarettes, bro. And drink from time to time, nothing else. Oh, that's good to know. Because, well, for me, I am a Jew. I am a man of God. And so for me, well, I only drink wine. Even then, I only prefer to drink on occasion. Mainly for the holidays like Passover. Let's see, Passover, Feast of Purim. Only for those events do I usually drink wine. And outside of that, like if I go to a family's house and they're like during family get-togethers, maybe I'll have me a cup of wine. That's really about it. Because like there's people who try to say that drinking anything with alcohol in it is a sin, which really it isn't. Drinking isn't a sin. It's getting drunk that is the problem. That's why always the best thing to do is drink within a certain limit or certain proportion, and that's it. Don't overindulge getting drunk. What I did was I made my characters as their mentor. Let's see, and I do the same when I drink low. Oh, you only drink on occasion and don't drink to get drunk? Yeah, because to me, I don't get that. Because I'm thinking, how can you enjoy your drink or enjoy anything you're doing if you're constantly getting drunk all the time? That, like people who do that, to me, that's just foolishness. And I know there's some people who I've talked to where they admit they do that. Drinking whole bottles by themselves to get drunk. It's like, you're just asking yourself to give yourself major headaches. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna wreak hell on your kidneys too. Especially as you get older. But anyways, enough about that. So back to DC. So what was your comment? What I did was I made my characters as their mentor. Like I got a woman called Lady Sinister. Batman is her mentor. And male hero, the Dark Knight. Then I made Superwoman for Superman mentor. And Wonder Gal for Wonder Woman mentor. So you mean like... I'm trying to think. So you made iconics, or are they original characters? Original characters taking up a mantle, like having a Wonder Girl, but not the Wonder Girl, like not Donna Troy or Cassie Sandsmark or whoever else took up the mantle. Because actually, you know, there's never, from what I remember, there's been women taking up the mantle of Superwoman in the comics. But they were either women from an alternate universe where they're a hero using Superwoman, or they're a villain like the member of the crime syndicate who goes by the name of Superwoman, even though she's an alternate version of Wonder Woman herself. Nah, their own character, just favor their mentor. Okay, so their own character just based off of their mentor. Okay, that makes sense. Because for me, I like making my own original characters. I don't like making it like just another character who's already existing. I felt tempted to do that at times, but then I'm right back to thinking, nah, I don't want to make just yet another character. I don't want to make just another Hyperion running around. Although if there's any characters to use as a sort of blueprint for the type of character that I want, as cool as characters like Wonder Woman and Batman are, it's not even just me, but like Superman has always been the sort of blueprint for characters to use. Like just about every major comic book company and every popular comic book line has had essentially their own Superman. Like Omni-Man. Let's see, Omni-Man from Invincible. You know, a lot of people say Omni-Man. Well, to be honest, I think Invincible, Mark Grayson, I think he has much more in common with Superman than Nolan ever did, because unlike Nolan, who was a soldier working for the Viltrum Empire, who later goes through a character arc and decides to fight for Earth instead, Mark was always a hero from the beginning. Not secretly a loyalist who was planning on helping his people invade. It's kind of like Superman, where Superman, upon growing up, was always a hero from the beginning, and chose to never become evil. Where no matter how many times he gets his ass whooped, he's always trying to do the right thing. So people refer to Omni-Man as a Superman type, but when you think about it, that's only because, in addition to being a full-grown adult and having the power of flight, it's because his costume has a cape. Whereas for Invincible himself, he's more of that Superman type, just he doesn't have a cape. I made an Arrow character called Black Arrow, but I never. If I could show you on this, trust me, I would, Lo, so you could have a better understanding. And my first villain I made was based off Zoom from Flash Season 2 on CW, and Killer Frost powers with Red Hood guns as his weapons. Not bad ideas, not bad at all. It's just that when I read that part where you typed based off of Flash from the CW, I was almost immediately not disappointed, but I was thinking, oh, that's kind of boring, because a lot of those live action shows from the CW to me were like really boring, because I don't have anything against live action. I like live action films based off of comic books and whatnot, but for TV shows, there wasn't really that many I watched that I thought was entertaining. I guess because of how many of those live action shows I saw that seemed to focus more on the characters and their civilian lives, with their life as a superhero being more secondary to the plot. Almost like, kind of like Smallville was, and that was all before Superman, or before Clark took up the name Superman. But anyways, there were some characters in some shows where, like, maybe not the main protagonists themselves, but the secondary characters in their shows, like Martian Manhunter and Miss Martian, even to a lesser extent, were actually entertaining in Supergirl. I had to, because Zoom to me was the best villain on CW. But I feel you. I like comics animation more than live action. I remember a lot of people actually were disappointed when Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was eventually canceled. And as far as live action superhero shows, it wasn't just me, but so many other people absolutely hated Iron Fist because it was just boring. Never got a costume. The special effects for his Iron Fist was just so bland and basic, where literally it was just his hand just barely glowing. And the thing is that like Iron Fist can do so much more than just make his hand glow and punch hard with it. There's a whole bunch of abilities he gets with the Iron Fist ability. Like he can use the Iron Fist ability to slowly heal himself and others. Like, there's a bunch of things he can do with that ability that are supposed to be borderline spiritual in nature. I was, because we had another Ghost Rider. Besides Nicolas Cage. To me, I like Ghost Rider on a motorcycle. Even if it's not Johnny Blaze. Although I think, was Johnny Blaze the original? Was Johnny Blaze the original Ghost Rider? I can't remember. But anyways. Like, you have that character who or it's a more of a mantle rather than just only that one character. But then you have that one who will always be the wielder of that mantle. Like, for instance, you have Peter Parker and Miles Morales both using the name of Spider-Man, even though they really should just give Miles his own name so he could be his own unique spider type. And people say that Miles Morales is Miles Morales may be a cool Spider-Man, but Peter Parker will always be the Spider-Man. Hey, they added a feature that would restrict my videos to 18 viewers who are 18 or older only if I choose so. Product placement portions. Hey, it also gives me the option of letting people know if my streams are paid promotion. Even though I was just talking about stuff like drinking Sprite, Pepsi, that's not paid promotion. A lot of stuff that can make me doing YouTube a lot easier. So where was I? I remember when I initially created Nor, I was going through so many different ideas and concepts for him. So the whole thing of him being a Martian, that wasn't until after like a few years into playing DC Online that finally I found a theme for him that actually finally stuck. Because the reason why I went with Mental was, what was it? I think it was either a duo or it was the stabilizer event back when they made it a duo by default. Anyways, I remember teaming up with someone on a mission. They had an iconic. It was Cyclops of the X-Men, and they used Mental combined with heat vision, and it looked so cool. Like, they had the costume, the visor, everything to go with it, and that made me think, I want something like that. But I still wanted to stick to the Superman type of formula of flight and strength to go with it, because optic blast, whether it's heat, we'll see, whether it's heat or any other form of energy, heat vision, like Superman, concussive blast, like Cyclops. So ultimately, that's what I ended up doing. I can't remember what power did I have prior. I think I gave him atomic at one point, so I switched it from atomic to mental, purely for the optic blast that you get with mental. Which, I don't hate it, but it makes me wonder, how does that work? How is it that you look at a power like mental, which is supposed to be psychic abilities, and think, oh, let's get them optic blast, heat, ice, and electricity? Ah, my arm. I'm gonna download tomorrow and we gotta play low. Well, I don't mind, Smoke God. I'm on almost every day anyways. Though I'm hoping maybe you're willing, if you're all, well, not, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, I have gotta stop mumbling so much. 'Cause there's plenty of other online games that I do like to play, especially fighting games. Like I'm on Street Fighter 6 most of the time. Once in a blue moon, we go back to Street Fighter 5. And also definitely Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. I'll be on that frequently. Let's see, 70, 21, 17, 11, 9, 9, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6, 5. Alright, there we go. Oh, right. There we go. And anyone who knows me, anyone who's been on my channel long enough, knows that when it comes to well, any game that allows you to customize your characters, I've always been so much about wanting to create a backstory for my character. Even if the game doesn't allow you to create a backstory, it's just a matter of where your character starts with in the story. You go from there. I always like to have a backstory for each of my characters. Like Nor, how did he survive the extermination event that killed 90% of the Martian population? Simple. He was never on Mars when the burning event that killed almost all Martians happened. He was off planet. Or no, he wasn't off planet. He wasn't even born at the time. His parents, along with other Martians, left Mars, went somewhere else, was living on another planet in their own small community. And it wasn't until long after the event that had killed said Martians was Nora finally born. What's your name on DC? I also played Demon Slayer. I forgot Demon Slayer has a game. I got that too, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Oh, sweet. What's your name on DC? I don't know, I got a whole bunch. What the heck? Whoa, cool with the tattoos. But anyways, here's one of my main heroes, Nor Lyot. Capital Norr, capital Lyat. You know, initially it used to be Norvar, as in Varr, but I had to change it to Lyot because I found out from someone else that Marvel had a character with a very similar name, whose name was No Lyot, as in Noh. No, not No Lyot, Novar, who was a Kree and went by the name of Marvel Boy. And I was like, dang it, I didn't even know that. Because I said hello to one person who, I can't remember what character they were playing. I think they were Kryptonian. And I was like, cool name and costume, Kryptonian. And they said, you too, Kree? I was like, I'm a Martian. And they said, oh, I didn't know that because you have the same name as a Kree character. I was like, Kree character? You on PlayStation? Yeah, I'm on PlayStation. I'm kind of something of a PlayStation loyalist. I refuse to get Xbox. Don't hate it, I just prefer PlayStation systems. But I was so mad when I found that out because I was like, dang it, now I can't use Norvar. That's going to cause confusion. Because I thought it was only going to be that person, but I think it was like at least one other person thought I was Novar the Kree. And I had to explain to them, no, I'm not Novar the Kree, I'm Norvar the Martian. And I wanted them to say, oh, you both have extremely similar names. I'm like, I know. What's your PSN? I'm gonna add you tomorrow. Hmm. Whoops. You know, normally I don't do that because I don't want to suddenly get because usually when I do my live streams, I don't want to risk like people spamming me with stuff like invites and other nonsense like that when I'm doing a live stream. Because I had people do that before to the point where I had to hide my what my PSN ID was, because I had people do that when I used to when I was initially starting YouTube. Like I remember one of the first incidents like that was some kid where he sent me a friend request when I was doing a live stream. I can't remember what game, and I didn't respond to it right away. Then he sent me a voice. They sent me a voice message saying, "Hey, I am such and such. I'm the one who sent you that friend request." I'm like, "Listen, you little shit. I'm trying to do a damn live stream. I got an audience to entertain. Why would you bother sending me a friend request? Which, believe it or not, I can respond to that later. I don't have to accept your friend request right now. But then you want to send me a message as I'm streaming, talking about, hey, I'm the one who sent you that message." Like, I know who it was that sent me that friend request. It shows on my system. It shows me the messages on my notifications. Then I had another guy where I was live streaming a game, and they sent me an invite in the middle of my live stream to a wholly different game. A game I did not have. I'm thinking, first of all, you need to ask permission first before doing that. Second, you don't even know if I had that game or not. You should have asked. Because I may not even have that game, so you would have sent that invite for nothing. I'll be hating that low key. Low key? Not even low key for me. I make it straight up known to people. Don't do that. Don't be sending me an invite when I'm live streaming a game, especially an invite to a whole nother game. Don't do that. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about Martians I like much more than Kryptonians. I think it's because they are more alien in appearance than Kryptonians, because Kryptonians just look like humans to begin with, whereas Martians, in addition to looking like actually looking like aliens, not from Earth or nothing, they have shape-shifting that allows them to look like any type of creature they... Did I just say creature? What the hell? Creature. They can make themselves look like any creature they want. Humanoid, non-humanoid. Although I read somewhere that inorganic things like, say, furniture, they could take those forms. It's just that it takes a lot of concentration and a lot of training with their shape-shifting to achieve those. Unlike someone like Plastic Man. Plastic Man could take literally any form or shape he wants in an instant, making Plastic Man one of the few people who has shape-shifting superior to not just even John Jones, but Martians in general. TBH, I like Kryptonians, but the women. Wait, you like Kryptonians but the women? What's that supposed to mean? As in, you don't like the Kryptonian women, or you like Kryptonians but specifically the women? What was I? Oh yeah, that's generally for me. I tell people that if I had to choose between Kryptonians and Martians, I would definitely be a Martian. Because Martians can do almost everything a Kryptonian can do. The main thing is they don't have like an outside energy source to immediately increase their power like a Kryptonian does with their connection to solar energy. But Martians don't have as many weaknesses either though. So a wider variety of powers and less weaknesses. Where for instance, there's their fear of fire. However, it's just fear. It's a psychological thing. But even Martian Manhunter has overcome his fear of fire at times long enough to complete whatever task. Because, like, they may fear it, but they know deep down it cannot actually hurt them. I'm a Supergirl fan, not Superman fan. But Batman is my #1 DC favorite character though. Man, he's almost everyone's favorite. Most people I know like Batman, not even because of the comics. It's usually almost other media that has caused so many people to become fans of him. From games, primarily the Arkham series, to TV shows, all the various Batman animated shows, to live action films. And as far as live action Batman, well, take your pick. The more grounded and realistic Dark Knight trilogy. And I guess now, what's the name of that? What's the most recent live action film they made? The Batman. Or they plan on making that into a series. Or the more comic book accurate Batman from the DCEU. And probably the upcoming DC universe. And all the films that came out, the Batman films that came out before the Dark Knight trilogy. I've been a Batman fan since a baby. Ask my mom, she'll tell you herself. But yeah, I remember growing up watching Batman the Animated Series, or BTAS for short, like right before Justice League came out. And I remember I used to have rerun or episodes of Batman the Animated Series on VHS tape. You know, Batman has had a lot of cool games. Either it's games where it features DC characters in general and he's one of the main characters, or games where he is the main character, like the Arkham series. And plenty of games even before Arkham Asylum ever came out. Unlike, say, Superman, because I like Superman more than Batman, but he doesn't get that much love when it comes to video games. It's like the only good game Superman has been in is games featuring other DC characters, and he's one of the main characters, like Justice League Heroes, and wait, I just finished rewatching last week, man. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, Superman. I don't think I have yet to see Superman successfully have a successful solo game. I remember there was one that was based off of the animated series from the DCAU, and that one at the very least got more like mixed reviews. But the problem is like it's the same thing I keep seeing people bring up, where they say it's hard because Batman or Superman is just too powerful. Therefore, they they're saying it's difficult to put all of his powers into perspective and make people feel godly while also being challenged. And I'm like, there's plenty of games where you have a character who's overpowered and is already godly or godlike, but the game is still challenging. You have the Doom games, and you have the God of War game series. Because Doom guy, now officially Doom Slayer, the dude is so powerful he could easily kill demons with his bare hands. He doesn't need guns or any other weapons. He just uses other weapons, either mostly just for fun. Like, he just does it for fun. Or just simply efficiency. Same thing with Kratos. Kratos can, a lot of villains, not villains, a lot of other gods Kratos can fight. He could kill without the need of his weapons. It's just that he's so skilled in combat that the use of weapons comes naturally to him. They need to make a Marvel game like DC Online. You know, I remember, I think it was the same company who made DC Online were the ones who were gonna make a Marvel Online, but they canceled it at the last second. Like, even before it was officially announced, like name, title, all of that, we didn't get any of that. Just that it was confirmed they were indeed working on it, but then something happened and they just canceled it. And I'm like, dang, a game like DC Online where you can create your own unique character, going on adventure while interacting with, teaming up with, and fighting against your favorite heroes and villains and anti-heroes and anti-villains from Marvel Comics. That would have been so awesome. You know, I think they should really pick up on that again. Get back into trying to do something like that. That way, if they ever think they're running out of ideas for DC Online, instead of trying to recycle the same type of stuff but didn't give it a different name, just focus on something for Marvel. And then when you think, hey, I got a good idea for what we can do back for DC Online again, go back to making some new content for DC Online. Oh well, whether we ever get that or not, I don't know. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Superman. So I always see people complain, saying it'd be difficult to balance a game of having a godlike character like Superman and balancing the game to make it challenging. And I'm thinking again, let's see, they had those X-Men Legends games, and Marvel Rivals is out now. Let's see, not X-Men. For Superman, again, they have an example of how to do something like that. God of War, Doom, and even Devil May Cry. Because those three guys, some people may not realize it, but those three guys are extremely powerful themselves. Their strengths ranging somewhere in the multi-universal to multiversal realm. That's how powerful they actually are. Dante, Kratos, and Doomslayer. But gameplay wise, it's challenging, especially depending on the difficulty. If you have it on a hard difficulty or the hardest difficulty in the whole damn game, even though lore wise the most simplest enemies you could struggle against, either of those three would be able to kill them with their bare hands without even trying, perhaps even with one hand behind their back. Because Devil May Cry 3, not Devil May Cry 3, but Devil May Cry in general, Devil May Cry's gimmick is a matter of not even like how difficult are the enemies, how challenging is it, but more so keeping up your combos and just like how stylish can you make Dante look, because that's how Dante is. He likes to do things stylish. In other words, mix and match between his weapons and his guns and doing everything and looking cool while doing it, all without getting hit, taking any sort of damage. Outside of the cutscenes where he's fighting bosses, that's like the only time you see him taking any hits. So that's part of the gameplay. How can you put together these different combos, switch between his weapons, and do so seamlessly? Make the combos last as long as possible and as stylish as possible until the enemies are dead. God of War, you're playing as this demigod, the demigod son of Zeus. And you got all these armies, legions of human and non-human enemies coming after you. And you have all these unique weapons. It's more, for that one, it's more of just fighting whole armies and just taking them out in the most brutal way possible. Doom, that whole thing is basically like God of War. You got whole armies of these creatures coming after you. Only instead of melee weapons, your main thing is guns. Lots and lots of guns, taking out whole legions of enemies with guns. And unlike games like Halo, the Doom Slayer's whole thing is using the run and gun tactic. In other words, staying on the move, not stopping for a second, because your enemies will swarm you. Either enemies attacking you up close and personal, or firing at you from a distance. So the difficulty in that game is keeping track of your environments, because then you have to worry about possibly pitfalls. Keeping track of where you are, where your enemies are, how close they are or not. Who's gonna attack you with melee attacks? Who's gonna fire at you with some kind of energy blast? So the tactic is just being aware of your surroundings. Can you use the environment to your advantage or not? All that stuff. So with a game like Superman, the most common power Superman uses as far as his offensive abilities are his heat vision, his super breath, and a variation of his super breath, the cold breath. In addition to flying, but plenty of enemies who are either on the ground or in the air, so you can fight on the ground or in the air. Even if his combat form doesn't really change that much between air and ground. At super speed, simply have it where there is whatever set speed you have Superman fight at, rather again ground or air, and only really have Superman use super speed when he's just, I don't know, maybe like for fast travel, going from one side of a city to the next, and maybe like a few QTE events where he needs to, because obviously part of being a superhero is that he has to save lives and whatnot. Actually, you know, that's what I'm thinking of. The perfect formula for him to use. Spider-Man. Insomniac Spider-Man. Because it's not just all combat. There are moments where Spider-Man has to save people. So you can have Superman doing something like going through a burning building, trying to save people, like take out a few enemies here and there, then quickly get from one area to the next, trying to save as many people as you can. Because just about every Spider-Man game has always had that. Great combat and different abilities for Spider-Man to use, but also plenty of people he had to save. So that's the problem with a lot of Superman, the concept of trying to make a good Superman game. Too many people keep thinking about, oh, I want Superman to feel godlike. I want Superman to feel like a god when I'm playing as him. And really, that just shows that a lot of people miss the point of Superman. Superman knows he's extremely powerful. He has many abilities. But he doesn't see himself as a god. He sees himself as what he is a man with powers who wants to use said powers to do the right thing. He doesn't want to feel like a god amongst men. Like others may call him that, others may call him a so-called god amongst men, but he would never allow himself to go as far as to think of himself in that way. So even Batman once said how you see all the powers that Superman has, and yet his personality, Superman is the most human. So it's a quote from Batman where he said that Clark is the most human of them all. And in addition to being Clark, ironically being the most human of them all, Batman also said how he's going around firing laser beams and crushing whole mountains with his strength, and how it's not hard to see him as a god. Batman outright saying thank God it doesn't occur to Clark just how easily he could take over the planet or destroy it if he ever wanted to. Which Superman is aware of that. He knows he could easily destroy the Earth with his physical strength alone, or just kill people left and right, but he doesn't. So then there you have why Superman in a solo game, has all these powers, but he doesn't do anything too impressive or godlike with it. Because he doesn't see himself as a god. He just sees himself as a man, a very humble and honest man who just wants to use his powers to do the right thing. That is literally it. And the only time he ever uses his full power is fighting against opponents who can take his punches, who can take his full power. From people like Black Adam to others like Darkseid, and especially Doomsday, who absolutely cannot be reasoned with. He cannot be bargained with. It's just straight up a humanoid savage animal. So that's the only time in which you really get to see an example of what Superman can really do with his strength, is against people who he knows has the strength and durability to either match or exceed him, like others like Mongo, Despero. Because honestly, if you were to play a game with Superman and you want everything he does to feel godlike and over the top, that game would get so boring so fast, actually. Where Superman would save those moments of using his power to feel godlike or feel amazing when the situation is absolutely grim. In other words, well, they're certainly into this game. Can't blame them. Let's show these brats how cool we are. Yeah, we ain't gotta worry about no dumbass citizens getting in the way to ruin the fun for all of us. Yeah, anyways, I'm thinking any time which Superman would save his opportunity to show just how powerful he truly is, how damn near godlike his powers are, would be more so towards the end of the game, when the big bad of whatever game, whether it's someone like Darkseid, Doomsday, Cyborg Superman, any one of those, that's when he really finally cuts loose and goes off on his enemies. Because outside of that, Superman holds back so much. Kind of like how you have someone like Batman, where he, excuse me, Batman has his code of ethics, and he absolutely refuses to kill his enemies, no matter what. Where Superman, well, he just generally doesn't kill. Kind of like what he told the Joker at one point, where Joker thought all the stuff he does with towards Batman, that he could easily do the same with Superman, only for Superman to foil all his plans. And Joker saying, "Well, I can still detonate those bombs that you took off the building." And Superman's like, "Sure, but I could just stop all the most, if not all, the debris from hitting the ground. You really be doing me a favor, because I really don't care either way." And Joker's like, "But Batman doesn't kill his enemies." And Superman tells him, "Well, that's because Batman has a code, or what was it? Yeah, a code swearing to never take a life no matter what. That's why he doesn't kill. I just generally don't." And that's when Joker's like, "Man, I'm gonna go back to Gotham as soon as I can. City's no fun." That to me was one of the most hilarious moments from DC. Just like Joker thinking that all the stuff he does and gets away with Batman, he would easily be able to do so even with the likes of Superman.
Good afternoon, Lex. And I assume this is Superman.
It's uncanny. He looks just like you.
You sound just like him. Forgive me. I'm Alexander Luthor. And while my hijacking of this office may seem like a threat to you, I assure you, I have much more dire things.
Enough, you loquacious twit. I'll show you how.
Seriously, that looks so cool. Like a cosmic deity or cosmic being or something. Ah, why'd you go back to that? Ah, thank you, Wonder Woman. He does this thing of splitting up into his Luthor decoys too often. I'm trying to think. The one, if I were to be a Martian instead of a Kryptonian, the only thing about their powers that I would not use is their psychic powers, mainly because I would not like the idea of potentially causing irreparable damage to someone's mind, nor do I want to risk any irreparable damage to my mind from trying to read someone's thoughts. Not to mention the kind of things that goes through a regular human being's mind that I would not want to see. Not really even so much like as a respect out of someone's privacy of what's going through their mind, but more so of I don't want to risk knowing whatever disturbing thoughts they got going on. Yeah, the main things I would use if I was a Martian would be the Martian vision, as well as the shape-shifting, the flight, and all those. Oh yeah, and the telekinesis. But one thing I did with my character Nor to set him apart from other Martians was, because in this game, in addition to heat vision, there's also ice and electric blasts that you can fire.
We don't need to. He's telling the truth.
Let's see, psychic shock, chirokinesis, and pyrokinesis. In other words, heat vision, ice vision, and electric vision. Thinking that, like, to justify that for Nor, say that he got his powers from his parents secretly experimenting on him when he was a child ever since he was born without him knowing. And also most of his psychic abilities, especially his telepathy and telekinesis, aren't that powerful compared to someone like John and McGann, because his parents, being abusive, actually raised him, forced him to not use that much of his psychic abilities, because they wanted to turn him into a super soldier. And to make sure he didn't use his powers against them and grow out of control as they experiment and make him more powerful, they did what they could to repress most, if not all, of his psychic abilities, while also making him limit his use of his shape-shifting. So a lot of abilities he didn't even know he had, or is not as good at using, compared to even the average Martian, his psychic abilities being below average, and his shape-shifting limited only to other bipedal humanoids, and only bipedal humanoid males. And then what else? Oh yeah, so in exchange for all of that, he would have unique abilities that other Martians don't have, where thanks to his parents, in addition to the Martian vision that Martians naturally have, which is basically just another fancy word for their own version of heat vision, he would also have the ability to fire electricity and ice. And his strength, his speed, durability, reflexes, and endurance, all of those would be far beyond the average Martian, actually making his strength slightly above Superman's base level. In other words, Superman would have to sun dip for a quick minute or two. Not like for a very long time, just a short while, to be able to rival, and then a little longer than that to exceed Nor. That's how strong his strength and durability is. With him having endurance to go at peak, be at his peak physical condition, and I'm trying to remember what they call it. And exert himself at his peak strength for not even days, but weeks on end. That's how impressive his stamina and endurance is. A little violent, but he had it covered. Dang, Nova! Damn, Nova, you scary. Yeah, I don't know how much he's like that in the comics on the Crime Syndicate's Earth, but Fat Gordon in this game, dude, is absolutely the epitome of a prick.
Then by all means, get to work. Thank you. This is only the beginning.
See you around, stud. Well, that was interesting. Calling me stud and whatnot. I don't know, they were fun. Nova was very fun to team up with. Who knows? Maybe we can interact. Maybe I could team up with them again in the future. I like people who also get into games like DC Online, who like me like to create backstories for their characters. You know, I've talked with other people on mic in this game, telling them about how powerful I make my characters, and I've had quite a few people argue with me about me making my Martian more physically stronger than McGann and John, and even slightly stronger than Superman. Because some people think that to make a good story for a character, they have to be limited in their strength or whatnot, something like that. I don't know, something ridiculous. And it's like there's plenty of people that Superman has admitted to either being stronger than him or just being so skilled at combat and comparable in strength that it's almost impossible to beat them. Like with the original Mongol Senior, where 9 times out of 10 Superman is able to stop Mongol's plans, but can never actually defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. Where it was only like maybe like the number of times Superman may have actually stopped Mongol's plans was way higher than the number of times he's actually defeated him in hand-to-hand combat. Like, it's a very small number of times he managed to take down Mongol, because Mongol's, in addition to being comparable in strength, his skill, part of it being due to being much older than Superman. I think, was it somewhere in the hundreds? Is just beyond what Superman is capable of fighting. Hence, Superman needed even more training. And if I remember, they actually reflected on that in the DCAU, because in the DCAU, it wasn't Superman, but some other warrior who had more years worth of training and combat experience than even Superman, and possibly maybe as much, if not more, than Wonder Woman. In other words, someone more battle-hardened, more brutal to defeat Mongol in combat. And then the next time Mongol, did I say Mongol? Yeah, that's a starter. The next time Mongol shows up, Superman struggled against him because he was able to infect him with some black plant he got on Superman, that when it attaches to you, makes you see, or basically puts you in a dreamlike state of whatever your deepest desire is. And Superman didn't defeat Mongol with his own strength and skill. Instead, it was simply by using the plant on him. That's how Superman was able to do that. And even then, Superman had help from Batman and Wonder Woman, because Wonder Woman, who generally is more skilled in combat than Superman, was absolutely struggling against Mongol. Not just because Mongol is significantly stronger than her, but also because he also had the skill to compare. And I think out of all Superman's recurring enemies, I think in the current age, I think Mongol is the most underrated. He doesn't really get to show up that much compared to someone like Parasite or Metallo or even Livewire. Even Livewire has appeared more consistently in live action and animations. You know, actually, I made another character similar to Nor, but I created her to be his wife. I named her Mira. See, I named her Mira, but unlike Nor, she's a Saturnian, who are red-skinned creatures who actually were made from clones of Martians. And they don't actually live on Saturn, but they live on one of the moons surrounding Saturn. And so that's what Mira is. She is a Saturnian. And again, I made her to be Nora's wife. And like power and ability wise, nothing really unique about her. She has all the same abilities as Saturnians and whatnot. I think Mongo was in Young Justice. Really? Because I've watched reruns of Young Justice so many times, even though I have not seen every episode of every season. But I don't think I've seen Mongo at all. Unless maybe it was like a single episode appearance. Because I remember Parasite didn't really... Well, Parasite was in it, but he didn't get to appear that much. Same thing with... Who am I thinking of? Oh yeah, Livewire. I remember there's this, what was it, a meme? I think it was something of a meme. Anyway, some kind of internet joke that people made between Livewire and Black Lightning, where Black Lightning and Livewire were fighting each other. Black Lightning was able to get Livewire to submission hold because, well, she's just all power, no actual like combat skill, whereas this Black Lightning, where in addition to his powers, he has combat training. And so anyways, he manages to take down Livewire, get her in an arm hold, and he was about to electrocute her to put her out of commission. And she says, "Go ahead, Lightning. I've taken Lightning before." Because, you know, Livewire, electricity is her whole thing. And he said, "Maybe, but you never had Black Lightning before." And he electrocutes her, knocking her out cold. And I remember people have been making jokes about that ever since. Like the whole, once you go black, you never go back. And even some people playing the infamous theme song from Pornhub when editing that scene. I'm just like, damn. That actually is kind of clever.
Defiance will end, Stuart. We will crush your miserable core under our boots for interfering with our rings.
You don't listen, do you, Sinestro? Something's affecting all of the rings, and it isn't us. But if you don't believe me, we'll be happy to show you.
I see you brought company.
Drop my controller. But anyways, going back to Mongol, I remember, yeah, DCAU made me a bit of a fan of Mongol because, especially in the episode War World, because he was awesome in that episode. Mongol vs. Young Justice. He fought the team with Superboy and was beating them up. Then he fought Black Beetle. I remember I was a fan of Young Justice, but then what they did when they introduced more Martians, I liked how they did the Martians. The Martians were given more justice, where instead of them being a dying race, instead they're alive and thriving. It's just that Martians are, I don't want to say reclusive, they just don't really travel outside of their not too many of them really travel outside their planet that much. Dang, as soon as Kilowog saw that Manhunter, he immediately started swinging. Like, a Manhunter, I'm gonna start swinging. Kilowog just starts swinging, no questions asked. That's the kind of person you want on your team, where No questions asked. As soon as they see the enemy, just go off on them. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, I like how they did that, where instead of like in the comics where majority of them are killed off with very few of them, like John and McGann being the only few living left. Instead, they're living, still alive. Matter of fact, they watch a lot of the events that goes on Earth as entertainment, both watching reruns of their old shows, like when McGann was constantly watching Hello Megan, and just the stuff in a human's day-to-day life, whatever they had on TV, on the news, and they decide, hey, watch that. It is hilarious. If anything, I'd say the only downside with their society on Mars was just how bad the racial tensions are. Primarily, if I remember, yeah, the racial tensions on Mars was primarily between the white and green Martians, or Ashins, and the Garoons. Garoons being the greens, the Ashins being the whites, who are the minority and the most heavily oppressed and hated for whatever reason, and the Bloodrins, who are the red Martians, which is basically Young Justice's version of the Saturnians. I mean, for crying out loud, the Prince... Oh, you fake Martian. The Prince of Mars is literally Jam himself, only adapted from the comics. Instead of being a Saturnian, he is a red-skinned Martian, and he's made as a like, what was it? The equivalent of a Martian in their late teens. No, the equivalent of a human in their late teens, who's soon gonna become a young adult. So technically, almost old enough to rule over the planet as king, but too young to take over the mantle just yet. So his mother is ruling to try to keep things in place, since his father was killed. And it was an interesting twist. A lot of people wanted to blame, especially the white Martians the green Martians wanted to blame the white Martians for the king's death, saying, oh, it had to be a white Martian. Only for it to turn out, no, it was secretly a green Martian. A green Martian who Jen was in love with, and she tried to plead on their behalf to let them have a relationship with her. But his father was insistent that it was not going to happen. Which is like, it's kind of, I want to say, almost hypocritical in a way, because he's constantly going on and on and on about how there's really no significant difference genetically or otherwise between the greens and the green and white Martians, while still claiming the red Martians to be by all means genetically and racially superior. And it's like, hey, trying to end racial tensions between two subgroups is noble and all, but then you go and say how the third subgroup or third subspecies that you are part of is superior above all else, kind of takes away from that message, where you're like, you guys are actually equal to one another, but you're still inferior to us. What irritated me though was not even Jam or his father, but his mother. Because I remember, what was it? His father, when he was alive, was putting in a lot of work to end the racial tensions between the Garoons and Aashins, the greens and the whites, by making or trying to create new laws to give justice for the white Martians, to give them better treatments. But then when he was killed, all those plans that he had, she put an end to it. I'm like, why? How how are you honoring your late husband's work by discontinuing all of it? The only project he started that she discontinued, or that she didn't discontinue, but instead encouraged in his honor, was the creation of, what do they call it, metatube, a device that would allow the Martians and Earthlings to travel back and forth between Mars and Earth much more easily. Which is like, at least one of the things her late husband tried to do, she wasn't stupid enough to just pull the plug on it. Again? Ah, fuck it.
Oh, good. Superman said to expect you. We have a situation here. The ship Superman may have mentioned has been commandeered by LexCorp agents. On top of that, they've taken over our research stations. We can't let them take our data or that ship. You have to stop them.
Connected. Man, I cannot take that costume serious. Oh, well, let's get it over with. You know, I've seen so many people in like online chats and online forums from places like Reddit and even on YouTube, where they actively try to discourage people from doing stuff like roleplay, where people make their own characters and they like to come up with origin stories and their own individual lore for said characters, and they try to say how that's not necessary because it has no bearing on the game. Like, one person tried to do that when talking about Xenoverse 2. They even tried to use a meme format involving Double D from Ed and Eddie, where the meme format is Double D holding up a book, making some kind of statement, and you insert whatever title there, where the statement they used is basically Double D saying, making an origin story for your characters or making up lore for your characters in Xenoverse 2 is highly unnecessary. And other people calling them out saying, well, you're just no fun at all, aren't you? Other people saying, yeah, it's unnecessary, but I like to do it anyway because it's fun. Others saying that they don't do it, but they have absolutely nothing against people who like to do so. It's just like, yeah, it's more respectable, because I think as long as you're not being a creep, like when you're role playing, that's why for me, I place hard limits on what I would and would not role play at all. Like, for instance, I would never ever role play some kind of sexual scenario. I don't care if between the characters there's supposed to be consent involved. I would never role play that. And then there's doing roleplay through voice acting. If I ever roleplay a character and do voice acting for said character, it's only for male characters. No way am I gonna try to do voice acting for a female character. Like, the only times I would roleplay a female character is, one, I don't do no voice acting for them. Two, purely through it would only be through chat, through quotes. And even if I do it that way, still I would not waste my time doing anything sexual or romantic. If any of my characters are in a romance, it's only them being in a romantic relationship with another character I created. And I would only simply state, oh, they're in a relationship, they're dating, or they're married, and that's it. Not gonna explain what kind of sexual activity they may get up to or anything like that. And just about everyone I ever roleplayed with, they respect that. They don't try to beg or demand that I, excuse me, do so otherwise. Okay, so that's where on my computer. I was trying to see where on my computer lets me know how many people are watching. There's only, well, technically only, yeah, technically only, it says 3 watching, but that's only because I'm watching it on my computer right now. So technically only 2 people watching.
Really? Lead-lined walls, Lex? And you want me to believe this isn't a trap? I've already told the Justice League Trust me, of all the ways I've imagined killing you, this is not one. Now let's go. I want my office back. I hate when people mess with my station. All right, mystery man, we're here. Who the hell are you? Good afternoon, Lex. And I assume this is super.
I like how full of himself, but obviously, not insecure, just like full of himself, and at times straight up whiny Lex Luthor is.
May seem like a threat to you, I assure you. I have much more dire thing. Enough, you loquacious twit.
Q for Nexus of Reality raid.
Prepare
I'm trying to think, where is it? A, B, C, D. No, it's Doom Metropolis I'm looking for. Okay, but is it just Metropolis? No. So I think I guess I already did the Doom Metropolis storyline then. I don't need these. So back to what I was saying a long time ago when I was talking about Nor, as far as like where I would have him power scaling, in terms of power scaling and a combat skill. So part of it for him was he learned hand-to-hand combat a little bit from his mom, but mostly from his dad. And his dad would take him to travel to other planets across the solar systems and other galaxies to train his skills against wild animals, local wildlife, and other fully sentient creatures, humanoid or otherwise, for Nor to learn from, spar against, or as far as learning survival. So yeah, Nor did not have a soft upbringing. Almost every moment was spent him being educated. We'll see. Every moment was him learning, getting an education from his parents, as well as training in combat and survival tactics. Even occasionally visiting the Earth and training with warriors from Earth, as well as training survival skills. And considering how long-lived Martians are, Nor doesn't even know how old he is, because chronologically, Nor could be either as old as, if not older than Lex. Not Lex Luthor, John Jones. John himself being older than McGann. So obviously Nor would be older than McGann. Chronologically, hundreds of thousands, if not maybe millions of years old, possibly, maybe. While physically being like the equivalent of a human in their late 20s to early 30s, compared to McGann, the equivalent of a human in their... You're doing great, just here to support. Why, thank you. That's Shadow's Den.
I once led a team of heroes, not unlike your Justice League.
Thank you very much.
But I last survivor.
I don't think it's wise to take him at his word. You can't.
So anyways, so physically, Nor is like the equivalent of a human in their late 20s to early 30s, or chronologically being somewhere between as old as, maybe slightly younger, or older than John himself. So significantly older than McGann. But of course, again, a lot of this stuff Nor himself doesn't know about himself, or just how abusive his parents' teachings are. That's why he's not emotionally stunted. He just chooses to be a man of logic, where he does his best not to let his emotions get the best of him. But like I said, also when it comes to I don't know why Superman would need to make a bet like that, saying, I bet Crypto's favorite chew toy. He's not doing this for the kindness. Of course he's not doing this for the kindness of his heart. Lex Luthor has never done anything out of the kindness of his own heart. Anyways. So based on all of that, Nor would actually have more training, more skill, and more variety, having forgotten more about fighting than Wonder Woman herself would ever know. Despite the thousands of years Wonder Woman grew up on Themyscira training and fighting, making Nor one of the few people she wouldn't even acknowledge as an equal, but as a superior, not just in strength and speed, but in hand-to-hand combat. At least when it comes to unarmed combat, Nor's specialty is unarmed combat, or unarmed martial arts. When it comes to training with weapons, he's not as, he's still skilled, just not as skilled as Wonder Woman, since she fights with weapons more frequently. And again, stronger than Superman's average or base strength, meaning Superman would have to sun dip for just a little bit in order to have strength equally to outright exceeding Nor's. Which would by default make Nor significantly stronger than the likes of McGann and John, at least in the physical department, but those two still having superior shape-shifting abilities. Because as far as Nor, what was it? Instinctively? Yeah, instinctively, his main thing is shape-shifting into humanoids, male humanoids. And I think story-wise, he would come to, because I'd say story-wise, he's been to Earth plenty of times before, mostly with his father, but it wouldn't be until 1995 where he decides to permanently stay on Earth. And it's not until later where he would eventually encounter McGann. So see, he comes and makes Earth his permanent home in 1995, whereas the early 2000s is when he would meet McGann at some point, and they would strike up a friendship. Not anything romantic, just purely platonic. And she would actually teach him about Martian society, since there's a lot about Martian society either his parents told him lies about, or just never really bothered telling him at all. His mother particularly getting physical whenever Nor asked about it, since his mother was not really the most mature and emotionally stable human, or not human, most emotionally mature, emotionally stable Martian, let alone mother. Terrible stuff, unfortunately for him. So much he would learn from McGann, and then McGann herself actually decided to train him how to use his shapeshifting more effectively, especially in and out of combat, as well as his psychic abilities, showing Nora that he has far more than just the most basic telekinesis, where he would decide for himself, like, I still wouldn't really use my psychic abilities for stuff like mind reading. Too many weird stuff people got going on inside their heads.
By all means, let's get to work. Thank you again. But this is only the beginning.
Statue of Evil Gordon? That's what they're calling him? Just Evil Gordon? That fat taballard. And if I remember, both Gordon and Owlman are straight up like, I think in this game it applies that they are straight up creeps, with Owlman. I think it was like Owlman actually, not in any like way that's sexual, but grooming Dick Grayson, who would become Robin, grooming him to become an expendable asset for him to use. Terrible stuff. Whereas for Bruce Wayne himself, for Batman, where he would take pity on those children and help raise them, like he did for Dick Grayson and the orphans. I think was Tim Drake also an orphan? Man, what's up with all these kids who he finds that keep ending up as orphans? Anyways, training them, but not necessarily grooming them, because if I remember, they find out on their, either he tells them there's his secret that, oh, also I'm Batman. Just don't tell anyone else. I'm just letting you know because you're gonna find out sooner or later anyway. And they asked for him to train them because they want to become a crime fighter and help make a difference, just like him. Or like Tim Drake, they managed to find out on their own. Thus, Batman seeing the potential and deciding, how would you like to help me in my crime fighting? Because, man, you were smart to figure that out on your own when most villains don't even know it themselves. I'm trying to think, is there any other major details in regards to Nora's backstory that I forgot? Not really. Like, just in terms of relationships, he doesn't really interact that much, if at all, with John Jones, Martian Manhunter. Not because of anything. There's really no issues between them. More so, it's like John's just glad to know that at the very least there's other Martians out there still alive, especially other green Martians. And Nor, seeing him as a very respectable person, and when learning about him, thinking, hey, good to know one of the few Martians still alive is someone as mature and respectable as himself, fighting for this planet. But he's very good friends with McGann. Basically like best friends. I want to say, yeah, basically like brother and sister. But not one of those type of relationships where they're close friends and then over time they've developed feelings for one another and it becomes something romantic. Like, no, I would not allow it to be like that between Nora and McGann. Instead, at some point, Nora finds out about the Saturnians, descendant clones of the Green Martians, who the Martians, even though the Martians created them, They treat them as their equals. Oh, now I remember what I was gonna do. I need to head back to my base with Noor eventually meeting a female Saturnian named Mira. They end up falling in love and thus becoming a couple, a married couple. Where like it's Mira using her psychic abilities to help train Noor with his psychic powers. And because, you know, Noor met a new woman in his life, he's in love with her and all that, he doesn't hang out with McGann as much as he used to, but they occasionally still make time to hang out. It's just that now Noor brings his wife along, all that kind of stuff. Equipment, traits, and loadouts. Here we go. Man, I still think it was weird how they tried to suddenly retcon McGann and Superboy. What was it? Not even post New 52, but post DC Rebirth, by suddenly trying to make McGann and Superboy just be in a relationship without ever explaining what. Here it is, his wife, Mira. So the reason why her last name is Var is because this was back when I had gave Noor the name Norvar. But again, the whole thing of people mistaking him, my character, for that Kree Novar, so I had to change his last name. I want to change Mira's. I want to change her last name and her. Let's see, last name and her stance. All-Star Squad. Sunshine. I forgot about that guy. There being that so-called Sunshine Superman. I gotta look him up, see what his deal is. Was it 255? Okay. Kind of a cool name, Squadron. I can't remember what group I'm thinking of that went by the name All-Star Squadron. But I do know that in Marvel Comics, they have the Squadron Supreme. So like someone could do something like in an alternate universe, an alternate version of the Justice League that would call themselves the Justice Squadron. Because it was back in the game, Lego DC supervillains. What the heck? As soon as I activated that thing, that damn thing killed me. Screw that. Anyways. Lego DC supervillains. The crime syndicate makes their way to our Earth for the first time, and who was it? Oh yeah, Superman, who asked them who they were, and Ultraman introduces them, having them go by the name of Justice Syndicate. And of course that was before they managed to send the Justice League away and trick the rest of the Earth into thinking that they're the good guys by referring to them as the as the Justice Syndicate. Before eventually it comes out that the Justice Syndicate is actually the Crime Syndicate. With people initially thinking, wait, where's the Justice League? And who was it? Oh yeah, Ultraman. Telling them, oh, the Justice League, they're just fine. They just went to a different Earth. Or they went somewhere off planet to handle a crisis. So we're here in their stead. You know, all they did was send the Justice League to their Earth. I don't think they did anything specific to make sure they would stay trapped on their Earth. As fun as Lego DC Villains is, the only downside is that you never end up going to the Crime Syndicate's Earth. And towards the end of the game, it's revealed by Batman, we find out from him that our created character, who despite him initially being recruited into the, I don't care, were they Legion of Doom or Injustice League? No, I think it was Legion of Doom. Despite our characters being recruited into the Legion of Doom, they were actually originating from the same Earth as the Crime Syndicate, where our character gained the power to copy any abilities from the Amazo Project, while back on the Crime Syndicate's Earth, and followed them to the Prime Earth, what we call it Prime Earth in Lego DC Villains. And what was it? Following them with the intent on joining the Crime Syndicate, but somehow they got caught up with Lex Luthor of the other Earth that they end up going to, and he manages to get them to join his cause. That to me was the weirdest twist, where it turns out our character is actually from the same Earth as the Crime Syndicate, and then in addition to being from the same Earth as the Crime Syndicate, they were trying to join them, thus gaining their powers from the Amazo Project and ending up on the other Earth. Or at least if I remember, I think it was said that they got the powers from the Amazo Project while still on their Earth. In which case, if that's how it went, then how would Lex Luthor or anyone else know about the Amazo Project that was happening on their Earth if our character got the powers from an Amazo Project going on an alternate Earth? Or was it so they went to the alternate Earth following the Crime Syndicate and then somehow got their powers from the Amazo Project? Although it's a Lego game, and Lego games really aren't meant to be like all that serious, at least compared to almost any game that is basically non-Lego. So I don't think they ever really intended to explain all that. Just something of a twist towards the end to make you go, whoa, I didn't know about that. Although what's cool and interesting in its own right is that when you create your characters, and then you can create other characters as well and add them to the roster to play as you're playing through the game. Why you wanna load? What kind of question is that? Man, now I'm reminding myself why I should stop doing live streams at night. Or for one, because I have to keep my volume down so I don't wake up anyone else in the house. Because it's, well, Saturday now. My mom and my sister are going to get up early in the morning to go to church. Interesting as that is, because they're Christian, so that's why they go to church on a Saturday. For me, my Sabbath is Friday through Saturday because I am Hebrew. In fact, I think I'm the only one in my family that is a Jew. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm the only one in my family, both my immediate family, my cousins. I think I'm the only one that is a Jew, while the rest are Christian. So I think I'm the only one who has what was it? What's about to call it? Bible study on the Sabbath. That being at the end of the week, Friday evening to Saturday evening. Whereas for just about everyone else in my family, it's Sunday. So I know my mom and my sister are gonna get up early in the morning for church. So I gotta keep my voice down. Okay, you know, honestly, one thing I can't stand is when you send someone a message making a request, such as if you can join their league, and they're not even, some of them, maybe they're just standing there, others they're not standing there, they're actually out and about, moving around, but for some annoying reason, they just ignore your comment. Hey, that doesn't look bad, but maybe I should change the color. Because that bright pink against the red skin is a huge contrast. But the belt looks cool. Wait a minute, didn't I do this event before, like last year with Mira? Let me see, do I have life shell? Let's see. I got the hands. Okay, so I don't have the belt, but honestly, when it comes to this event, the main things for the life shell style that I mostly focus on getting is the gauntlets, boots, and the shoulder pads. Exactly like what Superboy Prime had. But one thing they do too often that I can't stand is when they release a new style, but that new style only consists of specific components. Like if it's something like a slimline, let it be both a top and bottom. So you'll have the top, and then you'll have pants or leg pieces to go with it to complete the look. And then other stuff, like if there's anything like gloves or boots or a headpiece that goes with it, to me those are extras, and I wouldn't mind it, but I wouldn't trip about it as much. Don't just give me a top piece like when they gave us that top or chest piece based off of Off a major force? Are you a hero or a villain, bro? I was playing villain. I didn't see anyone. Oh, right now I'm playing as a hero. Or well, I'm playing as one of my heroes, Mirror of R. Now where was I? What the heck? I told him I made it clear I want to join. I asked if I could join his league. Is that some gatekeeping BS that he's doing? There be some real elitists in this game sometimes, though. Next. Just say. Let's see. Next time, just say no instead of rudely ignoring someone's request. Because I'm thinking, what's the purpose of creating a league and then, like, you absolutely refuse to let anyone join for whatever reason? And then if it is indeed an exclusive membership, as in only certain people are allowed to join, just say so. Just let people know you can't join because it's exclusive membership, something like that. And I wouldn't even get mad if that was the case, because there was a time where I saw a league had a cool name, I wanted to join, but then the person running that league, or one of them, told me it's an exclusive membership, and I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't even trip about that. Because there do be people who unnecessarily do stuff like that, like gatekeeping like that. And oftentimes those doing that are being extremely picky about who can or can't join their league, or people who didn't even create the league. It could be someone who themselves had just recently joined, but they decide they're gonna be entitled like that for some reason. I really need to get back into designing my base. I have so much stuff here. You know, I think what I need to do is, especially if I'm gonna get back to live streaming more regularly, any game like DC Online, just stream during the day so I can stream it for even more hours if I wanted to, and I have to worry about being limited by when the daily shutdown will eventually occur. But also, so I don't have to worry about doing it at night, and being very careful not to raise my voice too much. So I need to go to Apocalypse. Oh, I only need to do 2 of these, okay. So first to base. Excuse me. Yeah, none of these are up to date. So I'm gonna sell these. I'm trying to think, when does My Shirinu come out for Street Fighter 6? I think that's next month. What was it? February 7th? Hey, Event Hubs. I don't go on that website for fighting game news like I used to years ago.
Apocalypse will suffer for this, but let's toy with them a bit first. It'll be fun.
Catwoman, you sound like a damn sadist.
That should help even the score.
Whoops, I didn't want to sell that. Man, it was a weird decision back when Batman Caped Crusader came out, and out of all the villains, for some reason, Penguin is the only one in which they decided to change his entire gender, going from Oswald to Oswalda Cobblepot. Which honestly, I don't exactly hate it. It just sounds weird, Oswalda. Or it's that typical thing of taking a name and making a a opposite gender version of that name. Oh, I absolutely hate this mission. I hate South Gotham Courthouse. Definitely can't complete this one. Oh, dang it. Definitely not a mission you can complete unless you have a very good... Can't complete it unless you have a good tank and healer for that. Oh, now I remember. My Street Fighter 6 release date. Okay, that's something I hate when, for some reasons, like you want to look up some every time a new character comes out, and you Google it, and Google wants to give you results for everything but the release date. Where other websites will say or will mention a character's release date, but won't actually say when it is. Here it is. My Shiranui Street Fighter 6 releases on February 5th. And we're in the 26th. Okay, so Wednesday. So it's Sunday. So Wednesday next week. Hey, it's over here asking which characters will receive significant nerfs in the my patch. That's crazy because originally it was actually supposed to be a Cetarian. It was actually supposed to be, who was it I'm thinking of? It was someone else who was supposed to really. Elena. Elena was originally supposed to be the next character to release, but they were gonna wait until spring for some damn reason. They were gonna wait that long, and not only were they gonna wait until spring, but then My Shiranui was actually not supposed to release until Strikers Arkham Chasm. So they were originally gonna wait until spring to release Elena, stupid as that is, and then they were gonna wait until winter of December 2005 in order to release My Shiranui. I remember plenty of people, myself included, were pissed off at the news of the season 2 of DLC, where instead of all returning characters, we were gonna get not one but 2 special guest characters. Which honestly I think is stupid, because it's like, why the hell would you do that? Okay, you want to have a special guest character. 1 is fine, but 2, no. Because you have so many fan favorites throughout Street Fighter that people want to return. So making 2 special guest characters, that's just, that to me is like, I can understand people's frustration. I'm thinking, if you gotta do special guest characters, just 1 alone should have been enough. Man, this is interesting. So the top, wait, 1, 2, the top 4 people that people believe, or the top 4 characters of Street Fighter 6 that people believe will receive significant nerfs for Street Fighter 6 when My Shiranui releases in February 5th. A cool armor. Levantis L. Looking like a villain, but it's supposed to be one of the heroes. But anyways, the characters that many people believe will receive, the top 4 who they believe will receive significant nerfs based on getting over 100 votes, was Bison with 104 votes, Rashid with 111, tied with Akuma with also 111 votes, and with 117 votes, Ken. And only with 35 votes, people believing Luke will get significant nerfs. Zangief, 49 votes, so, which is interesting. For some reason, people voted Drunk Baby Yoda. Give me a break. People voting Zangief over Luke. Zangief already struggles so much. With only 4 people voting, thinking that Dalsum is going to get any significant buffs. I guess because, or not buffs, only 4 people believing Dalsum's going to get significant nerfs. I'd say, if anything, Zangief and Dalsum definitely need more buffs, especially Lily. Oh, I hope in the future, I really hope in the future, as far as adding more characters, I hope they add Gin, who is my favorite kung fu fighter in the whole series, and add both Sagat and Aiden. I know Sagat is the far more popular and more well-liked character, but there's fans of Aiden. So, anyways, gave us Aiden and Sagat. So we'll have our resident Muay Thai masters. So that way we'll have actual Muay Thai and not just the next best thing being DJ with his kickboxing. And then Marisa, you know Marisa does Pancration, but her stance looks more like Muay Thai itself. So her stance can be considered quite misleading. What was I saying before? The Mastermind armor is cool, but it just looks cooler in motion, especially with acrobatics. Now, for people for characters who people believe will receive significant buffs, no character got over 100 votes, but the one with the most votes was Lily, which is, no, I don't want to say it's crazy. For some reason, I get the most out of all the characters I play. Zangief is my favorite out of the characters on the roster because, well, I've been a Zangief man for years, but for some reason, I don't get quite the same success with Zangief in Street Fighter 6 as I do with Lily, which amazes me because, yeah, I think between, no, definitely between Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, Zangief absolutely is worse in 5 because he struggles so much more to get in on the enemy. He doesn't have anything like drive rush and drive parry. He doesn't have anything like the drive system to get him across the stage much more safely and much faster, even on knockdown, even after landing a command throw. Not to mention he doesn't have as much variety. Actually, no, that's actually a good thing for Zangief with how his running bear grab works. The number of times I caught people off guard by doing a crouching light attack, or just a light attack in general, and then going into light or medium, what was it? I just call it running bear grab. I forgot the actual name. Siberian Express, but I'll stick with running bear grab. Basically using it as a delayed grab that goes across the screen. Put the enemies in a quick block stun long enough so they would recover, or hit them with the very tip of his crouching medium punch, cancel into his running throw. Whereas I can't really do that as much with Street Fighter 6 because now that he has his double suplex back, it will automatically go into that instead. Sometimes even if I'm at max distance, where it should activate his running throw. Which is like good to have that throwback. I think what would have made it easier is if they gave them two separate commands. Like make his running bear grab half circle back kick and his double suplex half circle forward, because they actually did that in Marvel vs. Capcom. Marvel vs. Capcom, they made, or the Marvel vs. Capcom series in total, I think even with X-Men vs. Street Fighter, his double suplex was a half circle forward motion as opposed to 360. What is it? 328. Huh. I think I want to try going until when this game officially shuts down, which it will be around 6. So somewhere between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, I think I will end this stream, which is a whole 2 hours from now. But I got a bunch of characters to use, so anyone who's willing to stick around, plenty of time for me. Yo, is that the Doom Marine? Oh, nope. I just saw the green. I was thinking Doom Marine, even though not Doom Marine, Doom Slayer. Even though his costume or his armor is more dark green or faded green. Dr. Strangelove. Almost everything about the costume except the helmet looks cool. It's like either lose it or get a different like headpiece, it'd be perfect. But I'm gonna leave them alone about that. Is my window open? Nope. Weird, I was feeling a bit of a cold chill. I remember the whole basic premise behind Centurion was basically just take a Sentry from Marvel Comics and make it a female. Wait, was that it? Well, that was one of the ideas I initially used, but I wanted a character. So before Mr. Marvelous, I wanted a character who was not even necessarily a Superman type, but just a Kryptonian in general. Or at least powers like a Kryptonian. So that's how I ended up with Centurion. And at first I was wondering, like, do I want her to be Kryptonian? Do I want her to be... what's that from Invincible? Viltrumite. And I tried Viltrumite for a while. Then I settled with Kryptonian. And basically her lore is she was sent in a rocket just like Superman. Only when she got to Earth, where she landed, she was discovered by scientists. And seeing just how powerful and how dangerous she could be when exposed to sunlight, they kept her locked up for years. Kept her locked up underground, never getting that direct yellow sunlight that she needed while they continued their experiments on her. And it wasn't until members of the Legion of Doom would bust their way into the facility on Luthor's orders because apparently they had something there that he wanted, that they discovered her and decided to take her take her with them. Luthor deciding a Kryptonian. I wonder how I could use that. Story. Do I have location? Let me see. It's one of the things that annoys me about Sentry is, well, Sentry and Sun God both being Superman types in Marvel Comics. One thing that annoys me is it's like the way they're drawn in the comic book panels. It's like constantly their color palettes keeps changing from panel to panel, from one comic to the next. Like one comic panel, Sentry's costumes, like the yellow on their costumes for both of them stays consistent, but the yellow and the not the yellow, the black and red on Sun God and the blue, sometimes black, on Sentry keeps changing. Like one moment the parts of his costume that are colored blue, suddenly they're black. Just like how for Sun God, one moment parts of his costume are red, and next thing you know, they're black, then they're red and black. It's like, damn, make up your minds. really wish for the Wonder Twins for their outfit it was more than just the top. You also get some pair of pants to go with it.
I've set up a protection racket for the client. Time to collect.
Do we have standing orders to protect the city against superpowers?
Hey, Supergirl. BS Ice. The number of people I've seen where they have a Kryptonian, basically the Supergirl or Superman, and they give them ice powers. Hey, this kind of goes well with it, because sometimes when looking at Sentry's costume in the comics, yeah, his belt tends to hang almost pretty low. Wasn't it just queued up for an event that was supposed to happen? What the heck's going on? Man, I gotta get those Supergirl boots. I'm trying to think, what else did I want from her? Let's see, change the hairstyle. Oh, why do my voice sound like that? Yeah, I'll just make it red. And then hairstyle. Nope. Yeah, it's good enough. Honestly, I hate the Cersei Stronghold mission, mostly because for when you get to the end of it, and for some dumbass reason she turns you into one of her bestial morphs, which is like, I would be able to fight off the Amazons far more effectively if I was not turned into a gorilla for the final boss fight. Oh, I remember this one. This is that one where you get turned into a gorilla. Weirdly enough, being transformed into a gorilla, just like with nature having the ability to turn into a gorilla through a supercharge, wouldn't be so bad if the gorilla's melee attacks weren't so sluggish, so damn slow. Like seriously, they're so slow, it's ridiculous. Or I'm thinking, how the hell am I supposed to fight effectively if my character's just moving like that? See if I can find me a cape. It looks cool, but is it? Do I want this? Okay, maybe for now. I cannot think what else would I want from this event for a Centurion. Ooh, I like how this event. I do like Harley's Heist Duo, where you team up primarily with Harley, but you're also teaming up with Poison Ivy and you're causing mayhem. Op Smoker.
If Ivy keeps sticking her neck out so far, she's gonna...
If I remember, yeah, this mission doesn't have a single player version. It's only the duo. But this mission itself is actually like a continuation of a previous solo mission where you go to the Iceberg Lounge to... Well, you just go to the Iceberg Lounge. It's just that later on you find out that Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn are there trying to set Catwoman. If I remember, it's connected to that mission where you go to the Wayne Manor Gala and you have to save Bruce Wayne, regardless if you're a villain or a hero going through that mission. Simply because, as Catwoman explains, that it wouldn't be a good idea kidnapping someone like Bruce Wayne, one of the richest men, not just in Gotham City, but in the whole damn world. And going and kidnapping him is not going to be a good idea because his lawyers would definitely find every excuse in the book to have you thrown in prison for as long as possible. Just running around in casuals. The concept of what was it, Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, and then something of a third wheel, that being us teaming up to cause trouble. It does remind me a bit of that. Wait, was it I can't remember if it was a Superman or from Superman the Animated Series, or if it was Batman the Animated Series. It was in one of those shows in which Batgirl, Supergirl end up teaming up. Let's see, those two end up teaming up against Livewire, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn. And it was one YouTuber who was talking about that. Well, was talking about Livewire specifically. The episode where Livewire teams up with Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, and Harley Quinn awkwardly becomes that third party to the whole thing. Her jealousy of just how well Livewire and Poison Ivy get along becoming very apparent, and Harley was not happy about that. And it does, however, lead to their downfall for the whole group, because it turns out their powers aren't that compatible like they thought. Livewire's powers, leading to one of Poison Ivy's plants catching fire. Poison Ivy, without thinking, activating water to save her plant, which led to Livewire getting short-circuited, making one of the powerhouses end up taken out, which made taking down Poison Ivy, and then Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn far too easy. As far as crossover episodes go, I gotta be honest, the Batgirl and Supergirl team up, I actually like that one more than the Batman and the Superman team up against Lex Luthor and Joker. Even though that episode or that event was a two-parter, but I guess it's because Supergirl and Batgirl, in contrast to Batman and Superman, Batgirl and Supergirl actually got along from the beginning. Even when discovering who one or the other was, there was no hostility between them. Just then talking about stuff like what life was like growing up for them, how one believes the other had it better, and then deciding to team up, and then collaborating so well. And I think there was actually more, I think as far as Supergirl and Batgirl teaming up, there was more, they spent more time actually hanging out together and forming plans to stop the big bads of that episode, compared to Batman and Superman, who weren't necessarily working together. More so, they were just working towards the same goal, and it wasn't until towards the end of part 2 that they were fully on each other's side and decided, okay, we're clearly after the same thing, let's just team up from now on. And the other agreeing to that. Whereas Batgirl and Supergirl, they bond almost immediately, and they get along so well, and deciding to, oh my goodness, and deciding to just team up, or not even team up, just hang out. But then again, part of it was not only do they work together so well because they have similar ideas or whatnot, not being as serious or extreme as neither Clark or Bruce, but also the fact that they didn't have a supposed object of desire between them, like some boy they were both into, and somewhat competing over. Kind of like what the heck? It just disappeared. Kind of like Superman and Batman when it came, or Clark and Bruce when it came to Lois. Which is kind of ridiculous considering how much, even up to that point, how much Superman was going out of his way to keep his identity a secret. Last guy who fought one of those didn't disappear. It was this guy using a pool technique. There's another pool that targets groups surrounding them. Why not just use that one? Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's just man seeing or just constantly hearing that sound as he's using that power is weird. Dang it. Hey, sis, you got to get those Supergirl boots. I think I'll try that after this mission. Hey, Christopher Hertz, an OG on my channel. Used to play the shit out of this back in the day. And to think this game is old enough to where you can use the term back in the day. And yet it's still getting updates to this day. One of the things I find so weird is how ever since I started playing this game, I kept seeing people saying, people either asking or some people saying it like it's a fact that DC Universe Online is dying. It's like, yet there's still hundreds, if not damn near thousands of people still online every day playing this game. And let's also not forget the fact that they keep coming out with new content while also bringing up older episodes to gain items for. It's the same thing with Xenoverse, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. The sheer number of people who keep wanting that game to die, or they're just going around saying, "Oh, Xenoverse 2 is dying. They're not gonna come with any more updates or other stuff." Only for them to come out with yet another update with new items, new missions, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like just a couple days ago, some kid was trying to argue, saying that that DCUO is dying. And that everyone's gonna stop playing whatever games they're playing to hop on GTA 6 when that comes out. And he was absolutely determined. He was certain that when GTA 6 released, not only were less people gonna be playing DCUO, despite both of them being completely different games and genres and whatnot, but also that it was gonna kill the online community for literally every other game. Like that's how much they were being a kiss ass towards GTA 6. And I was thinking like, hey, I'm looking forward to GTA 6 myself, but let's not go overhyping it. Like how for so many years people were running Spider-Man 2 from Insomniac. And when the trailer came out, I remember people were hyping the hell out of it. And yet when the game came out, so many people felt so disappointed by it, saying how much they prefer Insomniac's first Spider-Man game, or even Miles Morales to an extent. Constantine. He's that kind of character where he definitely has a cool personality that makes him a very interesting, unique character amongst the heroes and anti-heroes and others that he works with. But for me, it's like the fact that he's a magic or occult-based character. Now, I don't like magic, so that's the one thing that keeps him from being in any of my top favorites lists. Top 10, top 5, or even top 20. I wouldn't even have it as an honorable mention. One thing that would be cool is if maybe like he fights occultism and he fights magic, but he uses powerful science to do so. Where he uses science, everyday appliances, any basic household items even that he could get his hands on. That's what he would use. Oh, what was I looking for? Anyways, that's what he would use in order to solve any situation that was created from magic or defeat magic users. Like for instance, you got some mortal man casting some powerful magic, only for Constantine to go, "Ah, magic, eh? Well, how have you seen the power of the .45 Colt Magnum?" Was it Yeah, .45 Colt Magnum. Or you got a group of cultists trying to summon a demon, and he's thinking, "Oh, you're summoning a demon, eh? Well, I summon the double-barrel shotgun, bitch." Like doing all that while still having that somewhat laid back, somewhat, I don't know about paranoid, but still also having that, hey, I'll do whatever I need to with what I have in order to solve the problem. I don't care how much people suddenly decide they hate me or my methods. That's how almost unique he is, to where he could literally be doing anything not magic related, and he would still find some way to make everything he's saying and doing just really hilarious. Man, what I can't stand about this mission is this dumbass doctor's reaction time. How way too often, like, he will freeze Supergirl in that container, but then, like an idiot, he's gotta run all the way to Supergirl and taunt her for some reason. Make some weird taunt towards her before finally going after another patient. See? He trapped her, but still ran to her. Now he's just looking around. Like, dude, just do your thing already. Giving Supergirl way too much time to be able to eventually escape. Hence why most times trap her, but then, see, we got her trapped. Okay, we had her trapped. See, so he traps her. He runs to her before then choosing his next target. Definitely not a good guy. Have you ever read the Injustice series? Almost a bad guy. And part of what people like is how some people consider his personality more realistic because of how pessimistic he is, how straight up an asshole he is, and how he will use people and just not care what people think of him. Really, he's almost like what would happen if you had Batman be involved in the, see, like Batman minus the costume, no martial arts training whatsoever, and let's see, able to use magic consistently himself. So in other words, Bruce Wayne would have to switch out, Bruce Wayne would have to stop using martial arts and switch out his science, his technology for anything magic based. In other words, that'd be hence why almost anything what was it, John Constantine does, Superman really wouldn't be in much of a, well, that was kind of weird. Superman wouldn't be able to really argue it very much, because then someone else would just argue back saying, isn't that a lot like what you do? Ooh, yeah, the red looks cool. Oh, well, wait. The yellow and red, it kind of makes me think One Punch Man a little bit. Almost every time when Supergirl talks, the way she sounds so whiny. Although I do like that comment, the way she just says that, I am so over you. Supergirl's just weird in this mission. Like almost constantly throughout the whole time, you're chasing her throughout the facility, and we'll see, you're chasing her throughout the facility when you play through it as a villain, and she's constantly getting upset at your interference, talking about how you're wasting her time. Then at one moment she's talking about, I am so over you. It's like saying that with a whole lot of sass. A whole bunch of sassafras in a situation like this, serious as it's supposed to be. And then for some other weird reason, when I finally catch up to you in the last room, she's talking about nowhere for you to run, or nowhere left to run, something like that. And I'm like, wait, you were the one running from me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Talking about nowhere left to run. I was chasing you. Let's see. How about instead of yellow chain? Hot dang, that the dark blue looks so awesome. Man, I can't find any other type of cape that specifically connects at the back. Almost all the other ones connect at the shoulder. Oh well, that ain't too bad. See what I mean? She's talking about calling it a dead end, which is like, I should be telling you that. Well, that was weird. Although it's kind of funny how she says that and then immediately starts swinging. Now this is quite a conundrum. Like someone creates their character, builds them to essentially be a Kryptonian. With the question being, okay, when they find that Kryptonian, or not, when they find a Kryptonite, how would your character who you built to be a Kryptonian lore-wise be able to handle it? Oh, simple. Lex Luthor warned us ahead of time, and we managed to find an anti-Kryptonite suit that would allow us to go throughout the facility and not worry about the Kryptonite. It's unfortunate how much this game relies on RNG, where one moment you go through a mission, whether it's through story mission or through the on duty tab, and sometimes, but not always, sometimes you'll get the iconic item related to them, or you might not. Like, you do everything you're supposed to, bonus mission and all, and you might get the Supergirl boots, or you might not. And right here, I clearly did not. Which means I gotta go back and do it over and over again until I do get it. You know, originally I said I was gonna try to stream until this game was about to shut down, but I don't think that's gonna be possible for me. I am so ready to just go to sleep. So I do, tomorrow's Sunday. I'm not really planning on going anywhere, so I am gonna stream tomorrow if by the grace of God nothing happens. But I think the next game I'm gonna live stream, it will be Street Fighter 6. Maybe I'll do both. Stream Street Fighter 6, and then if possible later on stream more of DC Online. Because this is gonna be, hopefully God allows it, this is gonna be fun. Get back into streaming more regularly. I think I'll try to, and this time I want to try, keyword try, to be a bit more consistent, where at least once or twice during the week, like at least get one live stream during the, I don't know, anyways, like just try to come up with something on a weekly basis if I can. Like on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, so that way I'm not constantly going so many months with absolutely nothing new. Cause wait, let me check, how many subscribers do I have? Nice talking with you, bro. Have a good day. Alright, Chris, you have a good day. Though I'm sure he probably already left. Oh, I have 364 subscribers. I am only a little less than 40 away from reaching 400 subscribers. Yeah, I try not to think about it too much, but that's just essentially meaning I have 400 and let's see. Oh, excuse me. 364 people who are kinda interested in my content. Emphasis on kinda. Try not to let it go to your head. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it now, because I just wanted to quickly look up like how many subscribers I have, and I see that 364, so it's good to know. I'm gonna end it here, and then later on during the day, I think like maybe around 12, before or after 12, start streaming again, and again it's gonna be Street Fighter 6. But other than that, thanks to everyone who tuned in. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Yeah, definitely I'm gonna have to start doing my streams or any videos during the daytime. That way I don't have to worry about constantly controlling my volume as much, so I don't risk accidentally waking up my little sister, much less everyone else in the house. So with that, good night, y'all. Is this it? Yeah. There we go.